Hello and welcome to Roll4It Stars Without Number. We're your favourite YouTuber and streamers. We'll be playing some tabletop RPGs. Tonight we're playing Stars Without Number, which is of course set in a lovely universe where humanity kind of lost track of each other due to Psychic Stream, and then they all kind of regress technologically. Some of them advanced, some of them are now medieval, some of them live underwater in a subnautica-like environment, despite the fact they've only got Renaissance technology and happen to be Russian Vikings, which is where they currently are. So, we of course got Splat, Delric, Avak, and Bentham. And we're going to go through their characters very quickly before introducing what happened last time. So, Splat, who are you playing?
I'm playing Stax Rizzetti. Muscle-headed, apparently coke fiend, as we found out in the last episode, who holds it down and has a gold gun that he shoots people with. And that's pretty much his only job on the team, is murder and mayhem. Selling blankets. It's
a very important job.
Has he actually managed to sell any blankets yet, though?
No, not particularly successful at that one.
It's important to note that I've only tried to sell blankets while being NPC'd. None of them actually had the flair, the salesmanship of actual Splat. They were all being NPC'd, so, we don't know.
Yeah, I didn't want to rip off another player character with someone else's player character who was being NPC'd too harshly. I felt that I'd give you the in, and then if you could push it in another episode, that would be cool. Delric, who you playing?
Saying that he is not a Del Boy, but Splat is.
Well, it's not my job to be a Del Boy for player characters, because that would kind of be wrong. Would show them up.
I feel like a Del Boy is some kind of English thing that Americans just don't know what the fuck that is.
I don't know what the F that is.
It was the time that Shen turned up literally dressed as him without knowing who he was.
That was a good point. That was quite funny.
To this day, that was probably the funnest moment I've had with any cosplay on this show.
Gatto basically was Del Boy.
Oh man, it hurt my sides. I laughed so much.
Avak, you missed when I dressed as Lothware. It was amazing. It hurt my eyes, but it was fun. Delric, who are you playing?
Yeah. Well, I'm playing Delilah. Delilah's an interesting character. She's new to the group, and she's already died once and had 2 times brain damage. But that's okay, because Stax thinks he can hold down the coke, but I did way more than he did and got superpowers from it. So, Stax, you think you can sell blankets, but I'm a way better trader than you. Just wait.
Wow.
Just saying, Stax 2.0 with boobs.
He's trying to replace you.
You know what happens when diplomacy fails? The shoot score prevails.
I gotta give you points for that one.
Well,
yeah.
in that case, you win. You win.
Bentham.
We're gonna have PvP. All right, my character is David Cooper. He's the pilot, and he also has some programming and maybe hacking expertise. And he recently got murdered by a robot, so he then came back and spaced the robot, because screw him. And now he's been doing a terrible job of getting the crew anywhere and causing everyone to suffocate and starve and generally die. For the moment they're okay. He got them safely somewhere eventually, and now they're all going to be killed by weird sea creature things. Alive. They're alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe in a coma, but still alive.
Yep.
100%
success rate on delivering people alive.
There you go. Unless I deliberately kill them on the way. I mean, I was intending to kill him, though, so that doesn't count. Yeah, that's Cooper.
Avak, who are you playing?
I am Ulysses.
And there we go. So, if you want to support the show, you can do it in a number of different ways. You can do it through Patreon, which Avak is going to tell you all about now.
Okay, well, Patreon is a way that you can support the show beyond simply being here and regaling us with all of the stories from the best of times, the worst of times, which we may or may not have been too busy in the moment to have really caught. Yes, I am basically giving you full access, full allowance to cut clips of us when we try to sing or do anything else stupid that will probably make us very ashamed later on. These things should never be forgotten. You can also get things from Patreon, though. That's probably what a lot of people are interested in. We've got a couple of different tiers, from the ridiculous. You've got far more money than sense, but we appreciate the fact that you want to share some of that ridiculous wealth with us. To the humble, just $1, whatever you can afford. It is completely optional, but we do try to say thank you in various different ways, such as you'll gain access to the Discord channel. You can gain access to MP3s of the show, so you can listen to it at work. Maybe if you know you're not meant to be watching a show, well, if you've got your earbuds in, no one can tell. And as well as character sheets and other various things as well. And of course, you can also support us on Twitch just by subscribing. And then you get some really cool emotes, which we've got a couple of new ones that I think he really wants to talk about.
Yeah, so if you look down the bottom and you happen to be a subscriber on Twitch and you're supporting us in that way, you will find that there's a button and you can click on there, and there's some awesome emotes, which include things like Hype with a spaceship, the Hypership. There is also like a facepalm, which I'm sure you'll be using a lot today. There's Pet. There's my personal favorite, which is the GM Try, and there's also Evil. So you can combine Evil Try for when the GM is doing an evil. Like, yeah, sure, you can try doing that. But you can also combine it with stuff like Pets, Evil, and there's also Bros. So you can have Evil Bros. Or, you know...
Heresy Bros.
Heresy... Well, we didn't get the Heresy emote because that got turned down.
Evil Bros is the same thing. It's just a flowerier word.
Yes.
On my channel, I'm going to have like a Beavis and Butthead foot, and then you're also going to have a leg, and then there's going to be like a middle leg, and then I'm going to have an emote that says butt, and you're going to be able to make the foot like as long as you want to make it, and then it's going to go to butt, and it's going to be awesome.
Okay.
Oh dear. But you can also support us in a few other ways. You can support us by like putting bits in the little tip jar down there, and there are physics involved, and they go poof along with the sub, and also little follow icons that are happening right now. So you can also do that through bits, and we'll like really thank you and stuff. There's also, if you wish to tip us directly rather than doing a recurring like subscription thing, you can just tip us, and the money's also going there with physics. And we will read out tips at the end of the stream. So, we appreciate all of the support. It allows us to do shows like this. It allows us to have 2 shows a week rather than just the one show we started on. It allows us to have, like, awesome people, awesome cast, awesome stuff, awesome art, and, yeah.
On that note, when are we going to be getting the awesome people?
Wow.
Saw that
It depends
one
what we can get rid of. I can't decide who I'm going to put this one on. I don't know. Get rid of me. Women, get rid of me. I couldn't decide who I was going to be harsh to today.
Tactfully
It's supposed to be mean.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be mean to me. It's supposed to be mean to me. I'm the new guy, right?
Yeah, but you're the new guy. Like, people might actually think I'm being genuine.
Oh, come on.
That's the problem. It could be
Come on,
Benson,
I'm
but
so
Benson gets to
sarcastic.
stick with Cooper. So I was like, well, it could be anyone. Okay, it'll be me. But yeah, so that brings us to what happened last time on Stars Without Number. The group had been, unfortunately, stuck somewhere in drill space for the last 30 days, having unsuccessfully managed to pilot about 5 times. There were quite a few piloting checks that went wrong there. They ran out of food a long time ago. They're still at -2s, but soon it'll be down to -1, having just had a meal. So they've been starving for quite a while. They also ran out of life support. Stacks managed to get some of the reactor coolant and electrolyze that. Luckily on a crit, don't take any damage or any damage from radiation. That provided a little bit more. They managed to then start drinking things like blood. They've been drinking urine for a while. They managed to put Delilah into a coma poorly, so she took some brain damage. She would have died if Ulysses hadn't rezzed her. Eventually, after quite a lot of effort, after nearly dying, they made it to a planet. At this point, they were holed up inside a pressurized tent and using the very last of their air reserves on their air tanks. They then managed to, after a mining explosion issue with some mining supplies, managed to find that there was a native race to this planet of Russian-speaking underwater settlers with a sort of Renaissance theme who live in these big brass cylinders under the sea. Unfortunately, the air on this planet is not at all breathable. It turns out that they'd been fighting a war against these deep swimmers, presumably some sort of underwater species of some kind, for a while, who used to be native to another planet in this system. And that now they are the only settlement left, only numbering about 900 people. And they did learn that there was a spaceship crash a little bit ways north of here, near the Thor settlement. This being the ODIN settlement, they got an idea that they might be able to get some of those parts from the ship. However, upon doing that, and upon having a look around, Delilah managed to somehow learn she could have psychic powers through basically space cocaine. And unfortunately, she also made contact with what appears to be one of the deep singers, who looked directly at her while she was perceiving in her psychic form. At which point, an attack was imminent on the base. At this point, they all stood up from their meal, where they'd all been enjoying some lovely space cocaine and food and drink. Still, everyone, apart from Cooper, is under the effects of -2 to all tests, because you're still starving until effectively 1 day from the initial meal, at which point your energy reserves will come back. But with that, your host, Karamov... They are coming for us. Arm yourselves. Now we will show you to the airlocks if you wish to fight for us. Otherwise, make yourself as useful as you can. Quick! Give me my battle armor! And he runs out, shouting orders to lieutenants left and right as people start rushing around, quickly grabbing guns. You notice that there's even, like, an 8-year-old kid runs past, trying to fully load this musket.
What's coming for us?
You're kind of left in the room all alone as your group. You can try and grab someone going past if you want to ask questions.
Did he indicate it was the new guy's fault?
It's the things that I'd seen in the vision. When you use the deep powder, it makes you see things. And I was looking at something, and it looked back at me, and he seems to think that is what's coming now. Like, that wasn't just a dream. It was real. Oh.
So whatever the hell stuff you just took, you've now brought whatever horrible sea monsters are out there right
I imagine
us?
It's not as bad as starving the entire crew for months on end while you kind of gallivant around hoarding all the food and oxygen for yourself. But yes,
Yeah.
it seems
How
as though
hard
I
is it to
might
learn
be
trigonometry?
I might be at fault for that.
Well, I guess we make ourselves useful.
And how exactly do you plan on being useful here?
I look around,
Stack said in
testing
the
about for
armory,
anything.
the guns won't work underwater. And if you've not noticed, we don't have a ship.
I've never shot a gun before.
I don't know what we do. Honestly.
How much oxygen have you got left? Between us, how much is left in how many tanks?
Pretty much nothing. What is it? Is it something like we've got 4 minutes in the suit, and that's like
1.5 minutes in one suit, and the other tank, which you had attached to the tent, had about 70% left. So it had about 2 hours left because it's a 3-hour tank.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I say between the suits about like a little over 2 hours.
Well, all we can do is ask them for the loan of weapons and perhaps some of their armor. We might be able to help them. If you think you can do anything with the ship, there's enough air in this tank. I tap the tank. Obviously, my suit is open. It's not running off the oxygen to get you to the ship. But if what are these things that are attacking? If they have surrounded the base, then getting to the ship would be difficult even with air.
Well, I think they call them the deep swimmers, so it sounds like unless I want to try taking the ship underwater, I don't think there's much we can do with it.
I look over to Stacks. Is there anything you can suggest? You know your weapons better than I.
Stacks, make a knowledge check, but with your weapon skill, your shoot skill. Not knowledge, sorry, intelligence shoot. 10. Pretty good. So, with that, thinking about it, the bullets coming out of your gun should be self-propelled underwater. You should be fine to fire your gun underwater. It wouldn't actually need oxygen. They would only be very effective at very, very short range. We're basically saying base contact, and they do maybe normal damage -1, because they'll be going slightly slower down the muzzle. But as soon as they leave the muzzle, if you've got effectively pointed blank on someone, it'll still hit with almost the same force. The same is true for the laser rifle. But the laser rifle, you will need to be almost touching them, because the laser will diminish as it goes through a medium. So if you're almost touching them, the same is true for the laser rifle. Let's say damage -1 again, but you'd have to be in base contact. Anything beyond base contact, and you're basically saying, nah, not going to happen.
I mean, I relay that information. Honestly, if we want any of our weapons to be useful at all, they're going to have to board the station or whatever. They're going to have to fight us in here if we want any of our weapons to be any good. We can't fight them out there. What are we, a bunch of fish? Come on.
They're larger than us. They will attack from the outside, burst in there. I'm sure they know that. I don't know this, but I'm sure that they know we need the air in here, whereas they survive out there if they just break the walls. One of the things I've seen in the vision is I've seen other facilities that were broken, that were shattered, and I didn't see corpses littered about, but I imagine that there were. And yeah, they're just going to break the facility. Staying in here means you're going to be waiting to hang out by a hole that opens up and do what you can before the tides take you.
Yeah, it seems that our best course of action is to join them outside. May be of little help, but even a little help might be able to turn it.
Can I suggest a different course of action? I'm hearing echo of myself.
Of course.
Can I suggest a different course of action? And she'll actually place her hand on Ulysses' arm, knowing it's kind of like one of those gentling motions, like knowing that he won't be happy with what she's about to say. She turns to the other two and says, "There will be mayhem. They will be distracted. Our weapons only work here. Our weapons won't work against them. Maybe we just get what we need and leave. We don't need to stay with these people. I mean, we've already unloaded on them tons of firearms that are far more advanced than what they can handle. We've paid them for their services. We're not now let's take the things that we need. What they value and we value, there's no connection there. We don't have the goods that they need. So we've paid them more than what they could understand. Let's take what we need and its value."
If you aren't doing that in the next few minutes, I don't think we're going to have the time for that.
We go back to where everything is. It's right outside this room. We take what we need from the storages. I mean, Ulysses is a big man. He can carry a considerable amount.
Oxygen is the issue.
Yeah, we only got a minute of oxygen left in it. As stimulating as the thought of robbery is right now, believe me, we're on the same page. Didn't know you were of a criminal ilk much like myself.
We grab one case of food, and then we just get as much oxygen as we can. There's going to be mayhem.
Well, how are we going to get it back up to the surface,
comes
though?
from? Not that I'm agreeing with this idea, but I'm just trying to point out what I consider a flaw. I've not noticed they have tanks. They don't. They have pipes that are fixed to the back of their suits and come here. I don't believe that they are porting their oxygen from one place to another. They are simply breathing the same atmosphere in here, and where they're getting it, I don't know. But unless you have some device which will allow you to pump it into a tank, and I don't, then there's no way of taking the oxygen anywhere.
Those pipes have to be fed, right? Like, I know what you're referring to. I kind of woke up while that was happening. So there has to be something forcing the air there. We follow back to where that is. Maybe we can grab something from there. If we stay and try to fight these things, we're going to die. And I did not go through all of those horrors right after waking up just to die. So this is a chance for us to find something. This isn't our fight.
With this argument going on, Cooper it like just stops paying attention. For a moment looks thoughtful, and then rushes over to the door and tries to grab someone's attention.
As you run to the door, you notice fairly young person who seems to be maybe sort of like a corporal sergeant rank. He seems to be ordering people about, but doesn't seem to be like totally in charge of something. Being like, Squad 1, go over there. Squad 2, go to the light airlock there. They have extra oxygen. Get extra weapons. You will need them. They're not long. Yes, how can I help? Your world bringer. Who are you? You were from Skyship, yes?
Yeah, we just arrived. What's going on? What sort of creatures are attacking us right now?
They're the deep swimmers. They are going to be here soon.
Where will they attack from? Will they be towards the surface or further down?
We are currently about 40 meters under the surface. They will be probably all around us, attacking from all 3 directions. They do not have concept of planes. Underwater, you understand that there is no left or right. There's also up and down, and they can come from all directions, and they will make best use of that. This is one problem we are limited by. They are much more adept at swimming.
Okay, how far away are they right now? Are they in a group?
Maybe. Make a talk check with your wisdom.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm gonna make a perception charisma. That's what we'll do. Perception charisma for your insight, effectively.
Okay. Nine?
9's pretty good. He seems to be a little bit wary, like, he knows something that he's not allowed to tell you, or knows of something that this might touch on that he's not allowed to tell you. He's a bit wary of you because you're from outside of here.
You're an outsider.
Well, picking up on that, I say, we might be able to help you. You just tell us everything you can.
Make a talk check.
Talk. I was trying to remember if that was one that actually existed or not. Oh, 3.
Well, we need to be ready. That is the important thing right now. We need to be ready to fight them. If you are 3 and you're crew of 3, we have weapons.
If they're still far away enough, we might be able to stop them before they arrive. We have weapons back on the ship.
Weapons for the undersea?
It depends on the situation. We have something that could do an incredible amount of damage, but you want it to be used as far away from you as possible.
Make another talk check. Then the limit on this is going to be a little bit higher.
Three.
I'm sorry, there is no time. None of your weird magics will help here. We need to get ready and take them down. Normal brute strength. You are in, yes?
I guess, but I...
He thrusts a harpoon gun in front of you. Here you go.
Oh, really?
Yes,
okay.
You pull this
Phantom
back.
just got drafted.
You pull this back and it goes click, 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 click. And then pull trigger and point at enemy and harpoon good to about 15 meters maybe.
Right, I'll do my best.
And he thrusts another 2 harpoons at you and gives you 2 little pouches that are just about big enough to probably fit down the muzzle.
All right, I'll take these to the rest of us, and I hurry away back to the room.
Okay.
I think all of us are standing there waiting for him because he kind of like went off, and we more or less finished our conversation. I imagine with like Ulysses isn't happy with it, but if there's a plan, he'll go along with it. Stax is like, I want to kill some shit. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Stax is kind of like, I want to kill some shit, but like we have to find out how this is possible. And Delilah is very much pushing for let's not go fight giant monsters. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. So I imagine we're all kind of just like standing there waiting for him to come back in.
I hurry back in carrying far too many harpoons and random things, saying, "Oh, I tried to explain to these people that we might be able to use the ship to help them, but you just handed me a bunch of harpoons, so here you go, I guess."
These people are about to get slaughtered. They're trying to fight a sea monster with spears. I pick up the harpoon gun and like flick it back onto the ground.
I tried to ask him where the hell these things are, so I could see if it's safe to nuke the things or not, but he wouldn't tell me for some reason.
They're large. They're so big. They're going to wrap around chunks of the facility. You have to understand, if we stay, we're dead. We need to go and try, at least try to live. Okay? We survived worse than this, right? Let's survive this.
Off the top of my head, we kind of like electrolyze the water here for oxygen, right?
Yeah, if you can get industrial amounts of it.
I mean, I guess we go at a bucket at a time, and that'd be our only option. But I say this then is like, well, I mean, I guess if we just get food, then we can try and get oxygen out of the water, but it's going to be
and use more
a long,
oxygen
slow
gathering
process.
the water to make more oxygen. It seems like an endless and ultimately futile cycle. We need a better plan than that.
Yes, we need to find where they have everything stored. We need to find where... Isn't there an interface or something that you can figure things out on? Looking at Stacks, because she doesn't know that, what's his name, can do other things.
I look around for any, like...
I get the impression she doesn't think that he can do anything.
Well, no,
be
he's
honest.
a pilot. He's a pilot. So, go ahead.
Given the fact that they use a whale blubber in order to light up their hallways, I don't know if they're going to have like a unifying network interface. I'm not trying to be snarky or anything, but...
No. This is more like what we have back where I'm from then. Things don't just work in a different place from where they are. Like you have to have a pipe that moves things from one location to the other. Find a feed pipe and follow it back. This is like where my home is. We have things like this. That toilet that you have inside the spaceship, I don't know what that is. That makes my head really... I got a migraine the first time I saw it because I didn't understand it. This is just basic plumbing.
All right. What I'm hearing is you, Delilah, will be the best person to hunt for this device. But we can't all just wander off and lurk in the bowels of this base, not without raising suspicion. I'm going to go and help them as best I can at the front line.
Is there a way to talk to you if you're away from us?
Run past me and give me a signal.
We don't know
Odds
where
are you're going to be leaving the same way
With
we
that,
came
the
in.
door that's ajar is pushed in more, and the same person you spoke to before, Cooper. But I did not know you had friends in here. Who is coming out to help? I have more harpoon guns.
Do you have armor?
There's
A
more
suit
harpoon guns.
big enough
Yes.
for me?
Yes, we do. Come.
I follow him.
Are you coming too? Little dark, slick-haired man.
Nah. Ulysses is fine. He takes up an entire hallway. You can go ahead and take Ulysses. Bye, Ulysses. And I start shoving him in the direction of the door.
Okay, in which
Yeah,
case...
he's the best for this.
I want to know if Stax actually has the ability to shove me, or if he's just shoving himself backwards off me.
I figured you're moving that way anyways, but sure, we can try.
Make an opposed
just
strength
want to know.
exert check, and Stax, you can have a +1 because Ulysses is already kind of slowly moving towards that direction.
I got an 8.
He's got an 8, yeah. He gives me a bit of a shove. In fact, I almost miss a step because I'm moving a lot faster suddenly.
And he says, oh, okay, excellent. You, short run, come with me too. Short run, big one.
When he says that, I'm actually going to go over and place my hand on Bentham's shoulder and like take a step
Who?
closer. And I'm like,
Who's shoulder?
Bentham, sorry, on don't tell me, on Dave, on his Cooper's shoulder, and I'm going to take like a very close step to him, and I'm going to look at the soldier and I'm going to be like, could I just have a moment to say goodbye first?
Make a talk check.
Absolutely. Charisma, I assume.
Yeah.
We're about to find out how min-max this character is.
Sure, be quick. Slick-haired man, come. We will job for you then. If you won't go through online, we have other job. Come.
Okay. I kind of look back at everybody else like... And follow?
Big man, you wait here until your friend is done, then come find me. I will be down hallway in far room on left. You,
Give a nod.
slick-haired man, follow me. And he runs down the corridor to a slightly sort of out-of-the-way room on the side and pulls out a couple of, like, candle snuffers and starts handing them to you, and hands you a lantern with kind of this very fine mesh around the outside. You have to go around and put out all the non-shielded lanterns, otherwise there will be fire if one of them gets knocked over. Use this. This lantern is shielded and oil will not get out. It will not cause fire. This is what normally the small children and the infirm do, so they do not end up hampering our fighters on the front line. This will probably be fine. Suit you. There, right. That hallway there needs doing. And he runs back to Ulysses without bothering to check.
Okay, so during the...
I take my lantern and I head back to Cooper and... What was your Delilah? That's what it was.
He's already heading that way. If you head that way, you'll be going with him.
Yeah.
Alright, I wait a minute. I snuff a couple candles.
So during the quick time that he's gone, I'm going to be speaking, like, quickly here. I'd be like, we need to go before he comes and tries giving us orders. We either have to knock him out or leave and do stuff. Now's the time.
All right.
Maybe Stax can sneak off and find something.
Okay, we can try looking for. I guess there must be some sort of infrastructure we can find if that's what you think would be best.
We need the oxygen and we need food. Let's just go find that now. And then
all right, let's go.
But I forgot to say this specifically. My apologies. As soon as the guy walked out of the room, because like I said, I did a sultry step towards. I put my hand on his chest, like take a step back and push him back a little bit, like don't want to be that close to you. But it was immediately as the guy walked out the room.
Oh man, that's so harsh.
Well, she doesn't like him.
So yeah, as you say that, Cooper, he comes running back down to the door and goes, "Are you ready?"
I just hold on. I don't know if I'm going to be.
No time. We go now. There's fighting to be done. Are you a man or a mouse?
Good. I just should say, do I look like the best person to be firing harpoons? I've got other skills.
Then quickly tell me other skills that might be of use.
If there's any sort of technology you have here, I might be able to use it to help us in the fight. I know it's not magic.
We have technology. It is called harpoon gun. He puts harpoon gun in your hand and just puts one hand on the back of your neck and starts steering you. You can try and resist if you want.
I'm going to speak to him while he does his resistance or whatever. I'm going to speak to him. I'm going to say, when they attack, we've never done this. When they attack, do they rupture the air? Does the air leak into the water and water come in?
Only if you fail with your tasks. Come on, quick. Are you coming too? Lady, are you coming?
Oh, I literally cannot. I was told not to by the... I can't remember the name of the witch doctor lady. There was a name. It was said to me a week ago, real life, an hour ago in game. Can't remember.
Witch doctor lady?
The lady person with the notes that said, hey, here, eat blubber and food and get extra rations.
It wasn't a lady, it was a guy.
That was a dude?
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought it was totally, a lady too.
Totally imagined it as a woman the entire time. Did you as well, Bentham?
Yep.
Okay, cool. It was a very masculine woman.
Have you got the note?
I do. I have a note that says extra rations and I'm sick and all that stuff, yeah.
You can have choice. You can either fight outside and possibly die, or you can stay in here and also possibly die and go to work with your slickhead friend up there. You noticed Stax with a candle snuffer just going around going,
bye, honey, don't die. And I'm going to go start walking towards Stax.
Okay. No, he will show you where to get the things.
As he drags me away, I say, there's bigger guns back on the ship. If you let me go to the ship, I can help, I can do better than this, and hold up the harpoon gun.
Make another talk check, but this time you're kind of trying his patience so the DC will be higher.
This guy had patience?
This is not happening. Oh, 8. Is that enough?
No. The DC's 9, but close. You're doing well. The DC keeps increasing by 1 every time you were trying to persuade him the same thing.
So this roll would have worked any other time than this one.
Yeah. No. Quick, there's no time. And he just runs you down to the end of the corridor towards one of these antiquated, kind of basically moonpool airlocks going downwards. The hatch is already open. You can see that there are several tubes just snaking out down there. No, right. And he starts sizing you up, Ulysses. This might... And he just starts picking up this leather... He gets his knife out and cuts around the edge a little bit, just in strategic places to make sure that it can like swell up and bulge in the right places to fit you. Like, put that on. And he sort of hands you this kind of dark, turquoisey, greeny scale that is obviously sort of leather of some sort of creature, but it looks pretty damn tough. And as you hold it, it seems to be fairly flexible and a little bit almost slimy to the touch. But it seems pretty damn tough. As you sort of squeeze yourself into it, you're like...
Okay, I tested a little bit first, just to see how much give or not there is in the suit and its design. And then, okay, and I start getting myself into it.
Okay, that will count as effectively leather armor, but with a +1 to AC, but would also be restrictive if not used underwater, because it's specifically designed for the slow movements underwater. If you're trying to move too fast in it, you wouldn't really be able to get the movement. Okay. But underwater, it will just be normal AC +1 for leather. Cooper, he goes over to you and...
I'm taking the opportunity as we're going along just to try and spot any sort of technology, like on the walls, any control panels or anything.
Make a... Knowledge or fix. You can have your choice.
I just want to hack something.
It's my thing. One day I'm going to actually get to do it.
One day you'll actually go to the planet that actually is hacking.
Welcome to my life in
What attributes am I
Shadowrun.
using?
Intelligence.
It's alright. Oh, really? Really?
Cooper.
Like the best roll I've got so far, and it's 2 1s.
Cooper, as he's sizing you up and you're looking around, you accidentally trip over one of the hoses going underwater, and you fall straight into the moon pool, and splash! You're now underwater.
Can I reach down and pull him out?
You pull him out so he can like put his hands on the side, and he's like, Lord, I see your ego ready to get going to the war. Do not worry, little friend. You will have chance.
I clap him on the shoulder.
Chance.
Indeed, he's a ferocious one, this one.
Shut up, Ulysses.
Make a talk check, Ulysses.
Is it a flat-out lie check?
Yeah, that's also talk.
I don't believe that at all. So talk charisma. Is this a -2?
Yeah, still, because you're
all
still
our checks
hungry.
are at -2 by now.
It's kind of like you're on that verge if you've
that's
also had
actually not bad,
something to
considering.
drink, but your energy's a little bit returning, so you're kind of still on the -2. But with a 4, he looks at you and he's like, maybe as ferocious as one of our kids about his size, like an 8-year-old.
He's little, he's full grown. If he weren't ferocious, how could he have matured to adulthood being the size he is?
I do not believe you, but there is definitely something cool is going on with him. And he hands
You're not helping
Cooper
Ulysses.
another jumpsuit. This one, obviously, like maybe like a training jumpsuit or something you get by how it's cut. Like
It's
made
got
for
training
kids.
wheels on it. It's got floaties.
Probably got a little water wing floating.
No, it's actually, if you look at the back, around the shoulders, towards the top, it seems to have these little, like, inflatable, like, kidney-type looking objects that seem to be some sort of inflatable bladders that are slightly inflated. Here you go.
I guess
Right.
I stick the helmet on.
You've got your harpoon, and he hands Ulysses another harpoon gun and another 2 harpoons, so it's loaded and it's got an extra 2, same as Cooper's got. I see you have weapon already. You will not need weapon underwater, so you are good. Cooper, here you go. Here is blade, and he hands you a knife.
Alright. So I've got that and a harpoon gun still.
Yeah.
Do I have any
Will they
extra
come
harpoons?
close enough for us to use these weapons? And I kind of just tap my finger on the flat of the glaive.
That normally they would have the advantage in a melee, but you look like a ferocious one. Maybe you give them lots of money.
Okay.
Right, we also have... And he pulls out 2 larger harpoons. These ones you notice that around the head, there's like a little like egg-shaped object attached there. With like a little fuse coming out, and what seems to be like a little crystal dangling on the end of it. If you see one of the larger ones, and you cannot kill it by any other means, try and get close enough to jab it with this, get it to stick in, and then light fuse. It will light underwater, it will burn. And then run.
That's pretty cool.
You don't
I give him a look that says, run, underwater, and then I shake my head.
Well,
If there is nothing else we can do, then I will carry it into their maw whilst I'm fighting it.
Very fair. Now, you can choose, and he pulls out like a row of boots, which seem to be like
Did he
weighted
give-
down with large lumps of lead.
Did he give those harpoons to both me and Cooper?
One each, yeah.
I take Cooper's off him. It's like, this isn't me.
I don't resist.
Okay. He pulls out some boots, which seem to be like lumps of heavy lead and rock on the bottom of them. Here you go. If you are not as competent swimmers, these will allow you to anchor yourself, and you will be able to work somewhat more normally. And he also pulls out some large, like, wicker basket type things with leather around them. These are for your heads. You put nozzle, and he attaches a nozzle nearby to a little, like, brass hook under the helmet itself. And you pump air, gets pumped in constantly in the back. It is somewhat wasteful, but it'll allow you to move around without the full diving suit on.
I nod.
Just do not tip your helmet. If you tip your helmet, you will need to tip it back and wait for the air to push the water out. It buckles on, and he shows you how it buckles onto the armor, and you each get those. Bear in mind that your movements underwater will be restricted, so there will be penalties to any physical actions underwater. But you are now well equipped.
Before we go, what would we light the fuse with?
Hit the crystal. If you hit the crystal hard enough with any metallic or even like a hard rock, the crystal itself will spark, and that will set the fuse.
Very well.
Good. Right.
I do my best to kind of stow this bundle of harpoons. However, I look around to see if they've got like some sort of quiver or something for it.
My advice would be, as soon as you get into combat, drop the harpoon wherever you start, and if you need it, come back and collect it.
I nod.
And
I give Cooper a clap on the back. Are you ready?
Do you think I am?
Dar, excellent. I'm sure he's ready. And he
Am I
pushes
ever?
Cooper in.
I'm looking back at Ulysses with I'm not happy.
He does the whole trust fall into the move hole.
I look to the guy, I give him a nod, and then I just jump in.
Follow the pipes to the rest of the squad. You can't hear him anymore now.
As I'm going down, my hand is out and it goes...
Right, we're going to cut back to the rest of the group inside. Delilah, you just catch up with Stax, who is...
Mm-hmm. So, once they kind of clear the way, this is probably a while ago, once they finally clear away, I'm just like, all right, well, honestly, I'd rather be with you than him anyways, so, you're the mechanic,
Sure.
let's find the plumbing.
Alright, so, should I make a fix check?
A fixed check will do.
Have you got your toolbox with you?
I'm sure there's one in the storage room. Is there a
It
toolbox
won't help
around?
you look for something. The toolbox wouldn't apply to it, just a check for looking. If you start taking stuff apart, then yeah, it'll apply.
It looks like it's a 9.
Okay. So you start making your way around, looking for any obvious sign of any pumps or bellows. Takes you a couple of minutes initially, and then eventually you do find that between each cylinder, there is a small pumping section. It seems to be that it is wound up by some sort of clockwork, and it seems to be just going shh, 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 with small bellows. It seems to be pumping air between each cylinder to make sure that they are, fully compressed and pressurized. You start going
Now,
around
here's
looking
your
for...
culprit.
Well, this air, is it just being... Because she doesn't actually understand mechanics.
Oh, there's a
beyond, like, the most
-2 to
basic
that
things.
because of starvation as well, so this is 7.
It's okay, I didn't add 2 to it because I get +1 for int and +1 for fix, so...
Ah, okay, cool.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Sweet. So, because she doesn't understand...
In which case it should be an 8, shouldn't it?
mechanics,
Because it's
just
3
basic
plus
things.
5, not the 1, because you dropped the last dice.
Yeah, the one jet drop, but it's
So it's
still
an
an
8. Yeah, okay.
So, she's like, does this just take the air that we're breathing right now and force it in, or is this being held somewhere compressed?
Chances are they got some kind of like kelp farm or something down here that's producing the oxygen. I'm not exactly sure how the whole thing functions, but this is the mechanism by which it gets around. Do I have anything other than that? Just the bladder is all that I found?
That's what you find initially. You're going through the next cylinder. You're going through some fairly crowded places as people are running around. People are also doing the snuffing job. You find some people running around with like bandages and little packs of like what appear to be some sort of plants that maybe have a medicinal purpose. One of the people going past goes, "Are you without job? Do you need job? We could do with help in the
I hold up.
infirmary."
I held up the little candle snuffy thing. I'm snuffing candles. You got any candles over here that need snuffing?
Yeah, if you go down that way, near the greenhouse, you should go that way.
Thank you. I'm gonna go snuff candles near the greenhouse. I look at Delilah.
Okay. And I guess I'm gonna follow with her.
Okay. You head down a little bit further. It takes you a few more minutes to kind of go around, make your way around people who are just rushing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like stuff just dumped in the hallway where people kind of finish their jobs for the day and just immediately ran to do stuff. You eventually find your way into what appears to be a large brass cylinder, but it goes downwards, and effectively you can see that from the top, little bubbles are plop, 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 coming up from that big opening. And down in there you can see what appears to be layer upon layer of green just coating the sides of it, and sort of these stringy green tendrils floating up.
Okay, so we know that plants are what's causing the air to come up into the place. But the air that goes into the tubes, is it literally just circulated air, or is it being compressed somewhere to be released up to the tubes and into the suits? I think that's more of what we're looking for. So I'm just stating that out of game. But in game, because I maybe I just didn't get it across well enough. But in game, I'm saying to Stacks, like, is that weird?
Nah, it's more or less what I expected. It's, looking at their level of technology, it makes sense. We gotta figure out a way to use this to pump up one of the suits, though, so we can get back to the ship, because the other suit only got like a minute of oxygen left in it. So, should I make a fix check to figure out how we're gonna do that, or...?
To compress air itself, you would need at least tier 3 technology. You could try and make an air compressor, but you would need parts for that.
So does that mean... So I'm just trying to have clarification here, because I'm obviously using imagination. I don't see it. Is this actually just like the air comes up through here and things just circulate it? It's just pumped through? Doesn't seem like anything gets... That we've found so far.
No, compressed air is a pretty high technology, because to get the metallurgy just to be able to hold compressed air, and then also be able to compress it itself, it's beyond their level of technology.
Yeah, it's one of the wonderful parts of the Industrial Revolution, right? So that makes perfect sense.
Said, on an alien world, I feel that Dalek, was wise to ask, because on an alien world, they could have some sort of crazy skin of some underwater creature that is just
true.
Or like a tier 5 artifact, or even a tier 4, tier 3 artifact.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So,
And then we could have stole it, and it would have been awesome.
So we're here looking at this, and more or less, I don't know that it seems to be a dead end yet. I'm still like literally searching for the ceiling for something that's taking the air and moving it in a way that seems like it's helpful. I mean, I'm starving, I guess overfilled, tired, and just don't understand this technology in general.
And on
so I'm just
cocaine.
kind of like looking around. Well, I just came back from a really awesome high.
That's important. With this crazy cocaine that the rest of us took as well, take the edge off our, we're so tired because we're starving. Would there be a little bit of, whoa, we're so wired?
Yeah, it takes a bit of the edge off your lack of energy. Like, you don't feel so lethargic anymore. But at the same time, you only don't feel so lethargic. You're actually still kind of suffering.
It's in our heads that we just feel
more in your heads, and like you maybe have a little bit more energy, but it's also that it bounces off with the whole, you're missing your hand-eye perception occasionally. Occasionally you're just like shuddering or twitching. Where
normally your brain will limit your ability to perform actions if it thinks it's in a low oxygen environment, but your body's still quite capable of doing it. Your brain is just saying, no, this isn't wise. So maybe that would take the edge off our brain, saying, no, you really shouldn't be pushing yourself so hard. You're starving.
So
good to know.
Yeah.
Delilah, it doesn't look like this isn't good news. It doesn't look like the technology they're using, if this is how they've Jimmy rigged this solution together, just as a mechanic personally, this means that they don't have any access to pressurized air, and they don't have any access to an air compressor.
The ship can stop space, and there's nothing in space. Can the ship also be in underwater and be fine? Like, can the spaceship, can it also be in water and be fine, or is that not a thing?
Is that just general purpose knowledge? Would I just know that as the ship's mechanic?
Yeah, it's designed to be pressurized. It would definitely be able to withstand water outside it. The the real question is, what is the crush depth on the spaceship that's not really designed to go underwater? It's still probably fairly decent. The even bigger question is, can it force itself underwater? Because it's going to be quite buoyant. And
yeah. Is it going to be buoyant, though? There's no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere, and there's no air pushing it up.
There is air inside of it.
Yeah, it just
if you vented the air and actually like took water into the compartments, that'd be a different matter.
Yeah.
Is this stuff I would know?
So I relay this information.
Yeah. So the tubes that actually fill the breathing tanks, can we connect those to something and have that go into the tanks too? Again, I just making sure it's understood. I don't understand that we can't compress things. I don't know what that means. So can we like put those tubes in there and have the tubes pump the air into the ship so we have air in the ship? We just grab like 4 tubes. That's a lot, right?
So here's the problem. So I'm gonna assume you're not a mechanic. So I'm gonna take this real slow. We need air pressure. That means we need to put a lot of air inside of a small area so that it is inclined to rush from one end to the other. They don't have that. There's nothing. They're basically going to blow the oxygen around the place instead of having like a modern system that circulates it even.
They don't have like turbines, like to force it quickly, to like instead of just somebody going. They don't have something that does like a big gust. Isn't that how it works?
They've just got like a blacksmith's bellows. What we need is, because our tanks are pressurized, you'd have to be able to force the air into them. We don't have the ability to do that with their technology level.
Okay, that sucks.
So, yeah, it does. It really does. I was okay with the plan, but it looks like unfortunately we're dealing with Neanderthal level technology here.
What happens if, because water weighs more than air, if we have a puncture at the bottom, would that force all the air up in like higher pressure, so then we can just kind of like leak it into the ship because water's coming in from down below, and then like up top is like there'll be a leak going, like a hose or whatever going into the ship up near the top of the facility. So if like water's pouring in down and that fills up and then like air gets pushed out the top, can we have that go through hoses in? Does that work?
I like how this is turning into just like an episode of Oxygen Not Included. Like,
okay,
how can I manipulate fluid dynamics to get this thing to do what I want?
So, for every 10 meters you go underwater, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere. To get the pressure to go into your tanks, you're looking to go very, 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 very deep underwater. Because if you want to get to your tank pressure, that's going to be very high pressure.
Doesn't necessarily have to be tank pressure. We just need to fill up the ship. How much is, and now my character doesn't know this, but out of game because we dealt with a bunch the past couple sessions.
We wouldn't get through one jump on just filling the volume of the ship with oxygen.
You wouldn't even get through one jump?
We wouldn't make it to the end of one jump.
Cool.
So far, jumps have been like 6 days.
Yeah.
A single ship with, wow. Without spoiling anything, obviously meta, with the number of people who are going to be breathing oxygen on the ship, we wouldn't get there.
Okay. So okay. I actually didn't know that one. The other ones I'm kind of RPing a character.
No, of course, no, that's fine. Just in the out of sort of character answers, the ship wouldn't have enough oxygen in it to last a jump, or at least I don't think so. E would have to correct me, but I think 6 days would be pushing us to our limit, if not have killed us by the time we get there. And there's no way of restoring any of our tanks now, and we only just made it here because of pressurized tanks.
Quick math, yeah, you'd be pushing it on 6 days to get anywhere with just the normal air inside the ship, even if you pressurize that and then put it into tanks or whatever. That's probably not enough to get through 3 days, I guess. I'd have to do the math.
Okay.
Stacks, I'm sorry. We may have just been wasting time. I thought I had an idea. Maybe take parts and you can do something with the parts. I mean, Ulysses would talk about, even though you were kind of a jerk to just stayed in your room the entire time before I was dying and didn't communicate with us pretty much at all whatsoever.
Doing a very poor job of asking me to do something.
I would say, by the way,
to be honest with you,
there is probably an air compressor on the ship.
Apologizing all over again.
The shop probably has an air compressor built into it so that you can refill your tanks on the ship. Otherwise, there's no way of you refilling your tanks right now.
Yeah, of course.
But if you could,
is there any way that we can just take parts from them? Something that, because Ulysses said you're kind of a wizard with tools.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the stuff we need in the workshop on a ship in order to make this work. But that means...
Till it exploded.
Well, I mean, I'm sure everything's fine. But yeah, in order to get that done, we need to get a suit with actual oxygen. I'd have to get back up to the surface in the middle of a war zone. It just seems like somebody has it out for us right now. Every plan seems to have problems.
Also, because a vac suit fresher is specifically like an object that you can obtain to be able to port around, it would be pretty difficult to remove the part of the ship that allows you to do that, just because it breaks the in-game function of an object. I'd say you could probably try it. There'd be a limited range on it, and it'd be a hard DC. But if you could run a cable as well, because it'll need the power from the ship itself, it's possible.
I hate to admit it, but it looks like our... I know you're not going to like to hear this, but I think our only option might be going out and fighting the critters.
You've got Donna. I've literally... The planet I'm from, I'm not allowed to have a gun.
Donna's no good underwater, so I'm going to be using a spear gun like the rest of these idiot mooks.
I've never used a spear either.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. You take the pointy end and you put it in the other guy.
I understand that part, and I know the trigger, but that doesn't mean that my aim is going to be any good. All right, well, I guess off to certain death it is.
Yeah, we tried. We tried.
Stax, are you actually doing the lamps nearby while you're doing this conversation, or are you just having the conversation?
Oh, fuck that.
Okay, in which
Absolutely
case,
not.
at this
Steph doesn't do
point,
chores.
someone else approaches you and goes, "Oi, you haven't been putting out lamps, no?"
Yeah, I'm gonna go fight the monster now. I found candle putting outing to be really boring. Here, take this. Where are the spear guns and the armor at? I'm gonna go shoot a monster.
Make a talk check. It's really low DC because they're happy for people to go fight stuff, but
What would he do if he failed? No, you cannot go fight. You must put out candle.
6.
Okay. Anyone wants to die on the front lines? Better than dying in here. Go
Can't
down
wait.
there.
It's gonna be awesome.
Go down there and go to far airlock. They will show you there. You too? Excellent.
Yeah,
yes, good. Excellent.
She's coming with me, yeah.
Cool.
Unless you want to put out candles, Delilah. Delilah, you want to put out candles while I shoot spears at sea monsters?
Say yes if that's what you want to do.
I'm giving you an out right now.
It looks like you haven't put that many candles out. Maybe you are not up for task of candle put outing.
I didn't have the candle put outer device.
Candle putting outing is definitely not my forte. I'm more in the killing shit aspect of life.
Yes, two of you have only not put out many candles. Come with me. I will show you to airlock myself.
Yeah, I'll go and not kill things as well. And I'll follow along.
They take you to the airlock. You notice that the guy who you spoke before is actually guarding the airlock. That seems to be his job right now. And as he sees you coming, he goes, "Oh, have you changed your mind? Are you going outside to fight?"
Yeah, it looks like I'm going outside to shoot a sea monster.
I do have a decision.
And he gives you harpoon, 2 spare reloads, gives you a spear with the explosive bit on it. He sizes you up for armor, which will be leather +1. And he also gives you a knife. Delilah, he tries to give you the same.
Suck.
Are you going to refuse any of that, or?
I will take the knife and I will cut my the dress thing that I'm wearing, like the simple clothes that I'm wearing, so it's significantly shorter, so I have more ease of movement underwater. I'm actually a really good swimmer if I wasn't starving and exhausted. So I'm going to do that. I'm also going to cut my sleeves so they're significantly shorter. Actually, this is the first time Stax would notice that I have armor hidden underneath my clothing that he wouldn't have seen before. But I'm going to cut that so I'm a lot less drag
you've got that. So he's sizing you up currently for, like, scale. It's like, what is that you are wearing?
Better than what you have to offer. Just ripping off the stuff.
Man, Delilah's so angry. She's in a bad mood. Stax, why have you put Delilah in a bad mood?
Are you sure?
Leave her alone with you for 5 seconds, dude.
You know, when primitives don't understand simple fucking fluid pressurization, shit gets ugly, you know? It is what it is. You try to explain to them, but they just get angry, and then they bang rocks together.
The guy, he took what he was given, because he's like, you know, this means someone's life, and you're giving it to me. Fine, I'll put it on. I won't even let you know I've got something better underneath. It's fine. I will be one of you. And Delilah's like, take your shitty little technology and shove it up where the water doesn't go.
Do you mind if we test
Delilah's
that
had a terrible life since she woke up from cryo sleep.
That's true, actually. She has had a really...
She's never even had a good... Like, her good 2 hours were like, hey, Ulysses, you're a pretty cool guy. Oh, hey, we're dying now. Okay.
So Delilah, he looks at you a little bit quizzically. Do you mind if I test it?
No. I mean, yeah, no, yes, what? Go away.
No.
She says to him and kind of grabs like a spear.
At this point, even Stax is going to start feeling awkward. He's like...
At that point, the guy,
I like Delilah.
as you start tell him to go away, he kind of pulls himself up and towers a bit over you.
Do you want me to go fight your monsters for you, or do you want me to go and snuff out candles? It's not like I can do what I want to do here. So you can either get out of the way so I can do your job, or you can stay in my way and think that you're a tough guy. Make a choice.
Make a talk check. The DC's going to be higher because you're insulting him.
Yep. Is talk for intimidation? Because that's kind of like a move it, a-hole.
Is there an intimidate skill
intimidation.
separate?
No, it's not.
No.
That's what I was checking.
It'll be talk.
So charisma, I guess.
Yeah.
And here we go. Oh, forgot to go again. Oh, I had the -2 for being, so it's actually a 4 because I'm starving and tired.
Wow.
Possibly having you on frontline might be liability to others. What do you say, slick-haired man? Is she going to be a problem?
No. Delilah will be fine. She'll stay with you. You understand? She's a little agitated right now. She's never been underwater before. She's never seen a sea monster before. She's never shot a spear before. I'll make sure. I'm an experienced warrior. I'm great with a spear. You take this end, you stab it into a guy, and he dies. I'm great with this stuff. I'll have her stabbing guys by the end of the day. Don't worry about it, boss. She'll be a wicked stabber by the end of the day.
I love
He doesn't know if he wants to take you seriously or not, but he also doesn't care, so I wouldn't make you roll a talk check, because he's just going to lean in, and he puts his head next to you and goes, "She is your responsibility. You take full responsibility for her.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay, if she screw up, she cause problem, it's your problem."
Yeah, sure. I'm okay with
Don't
that.
worry. If that happens, we'll all be dead anyways. It's okay. Doesn't matter.
Delilah, I swear to God, now is not the time.
I mean,
I'm glad
when
that
is the
she
time?
is yours and not my problem. And he leans back, and with that, he's just gonna push you both in.
He's had enough. He's not even
Does
gonna
he
let you
actually?
jump
Does
in.
he actually go to push Delilah in?
Gently, he's not like pushing, he's just putting his arms behind and like, with his large, kind of bare sort of hug position, he's just gonna slowly push you forwards.
He's easing you into the airlock or whatever. Okay.
Into the moon pool, yeah, which is just this big downward-facing hole with water. And with that, splush. Right, so there's a few minutes gap between your two groups. Ulysses, Cooper, can you make me exert checks just for swimming?
What negatives are there for the suits?
Not for swimming. They're specifically designed not to offer a negative to long, slow motions.
Quite well, considering -2 on that.
7 and a... Ooh.
Wow.
9.
Surprisingly,
I was
Ulysses,
expecting to do terribly with
you
this.
find Cooper is actually outpacing you by a relatively decent margin.
That's because he hasn't got a -2, because he cheats.
Yeah.
He's also got a child's body.
I'm moving just fluidly enough that you can see that I'm stomping angrily as I go.
He does have the little floats on the back.
I'm not
so
stomping, it's swimming.
Yeah,
One doesn't
Ulysses.
stomp when they swim.
You
Oh, we're
wonder
not
if
on
it's
the-
due
we're
to
not on
him
the-
being, you know, maybe just not as tired, but also you do notice his little water wings on the back of his suit maybe helping. You're not sure. Could be either. But yeah,
His swimming aids.
quite quick
Blast.
ease. You actually make your way up to what appears to be a group of people positioned about maybe 40 meters from the bronze structures. As you get closer, the murky sort of mustardy green water around you eases off a little bit, and you can see maybe to about 20 meters. So you
When we do
lose
get
track
into
of the stuff behind you. Sure.
When we do get into the water, I check behind and just have a look at the structure we've come out of and see if I can learn anything about how it's designed and whether there's any technology function on it whatsoever.
Make a knowledge check.
I just love how desperately he's looking for tech.
I'll find something one day if I get double sixes.
You found you can hack a steam engine! Yeah, you look back at the structure.
Whoever built this must have put like some sort of wires in it that just switched off, and then I just plug in a power cell and it'll all be okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking before too. Is like, you know, this was designed by people way smarter than the ones that are inside of it. So there's better technology here. It's just a matter of coming across it. So.
people inside are pretty smart, just don't have the technology. But Cooper, you look back and you notice that there are large brass cylinders making up the majority of it. You notice one of them has a sort of stained glass effect on one side, which seems to be a fairly large one. Maybe that was the temple of Odin that they talked about earlier. It seems to come down away to the seabed, which seems to be maybe, you'd estimate, roughly 50 meters under the surface. And that throughout, you've got these large bronze sections. It's a pretty large structure, actually, and it kind of goes off beyond what you can see initially from the kind of hazed water around you. You can only see about 20 meters, so you can't see a lot of it. What you can see around that is that there also seems to be a big section with lots of waving green-like fronds that are kind of occasionally bubbles are coming off them. You'd guess that's maybe some sort of food source or possibly oxygen generator. Of your knowledge of spaceships, etc., you would know that bigger ships can manage to get a on kind of greenhouse they have on board. Beyond that, doesn't seem to be any real sign of advanced tech here. Certainly the metals itself seem to be stuff that could possibly be created at the tech level. But I will need you to make a perception check.
I guess this is Notice Wisdom.
Yes.
10.
Not bad.
Pretty good. With that, as you step forwards, a little water current kind of moves a little bit of silt away in front of you. And you notice that you're standing on what appears to be a big, flat surface. That apparently this area is, now you look around, surprisingly flat-ish. There's no, like, big outcroppings of rock or anything. It just seems to be silt, maybe piled up in some places, but as you move your foot back and forth, you scrub off a little bit of silt, and you can make out what appears to be black lettering of some sort. You'll need to move off a lot more to actually see check what it says. You can do that if you want. It won't take you that long.
Yeah, I'll do that. And if I'm inside Ulysses' view, I'll try and like wave to him and point at the what I'm seeing.
Seeing him trying to draw my attention, I turn my head from where I was looking, which is roughly where other people are gathered, and start moving a little bit more towards Cooper.
You get the letters T, M, V, Odin, hyphen 317. TMV stands for Terran Mandate Vessel. It's a designator used by the Terran Mandate before the Scream to denote their ships, specifically their warships.
And is this disconnected from the rest of the complex as far as I can see?
It seems to be a big, flat panel, and as you walk forward, you find an edge to it, and it's just a big chunk of what appears to be maybe hull plating that seems to be devoid of contact with anything else. But it is very, very large.
Is it like a loose piece of hull plating?
It's so large, and it's kind of embedded in the silt, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was loose, but as from what you can tell about this end, it isn't connected to anything. It does appear to be maybe loose. You can't check all the ends without spending a lot of time, because this is a very large piece of hull plating.
I look about and see if I can notice any like dips in the surface, or any raised things in the surface.
Around here, not really. Nothing comes to mind. I'll continue with the previous 10 if you'll notice. There doesn't seem to be anything huge, not in your 20-meter zone of vision. I assume you move about a bit, so it's more like 40 with a bit of movement.
I will spend a bit more time looking around it, whether
Okay.
Ulysses decides to follow me or not. I'm like, if this is a ship, I'm gonna find the airlock and I'm gonna get in it and then work out what to do from there.
Cooper would have to express what he's thinking or planning to do in gestures, because there's no comms in these helmets.
Well, after like
At this
pointing
point,
at the,
I'm close
at
enough.
after pointing at the name and him seeing it, I'll probably make some sort of gesture like looking around and then set off in a direction.
I reach out for him and I take my glaive off my back, and with the butt, like, I kind of draw in the silt, and then my hand, like, I just is just a squiggle to start with, as if just to imply, and then I give the glaive to him and then point down at the silt.
I'll try and write "find a door" in the silt.
You get the letters find, and it starts washing it away, but then he writes door, and you get the gist.
Okay. It'll be good enough.
Okay, at this point...
If I get a nod, then I'll turn away and start.
I nod to that. Taking the glaive off him, I actually tried to bang the butt of the glaive down against the plate just to see if there's any kind of reaction.
Little bit of salt.
Do I feel any kind of reverberation in the plate? As if what might be on the other side is hollow.
Good check. Make a notice check. Still -2.
That's fine. Sorry, what is this? Intelligence?
Wisdom notice.
Wisdom notice.
Generally, that will be the default stat for that one.
Okay. -1. I don't notice.
Wow, did you roll double ones as well?
Oh, I got a -2, so 2 and a 1.
Okay, so you didn't crit. But you do... you kind of slip as you kind of miss your glaive, and it kind of impacts and skids a little bit. And you kind of, for a moment, go into kind of a little bit of free fall in water, but then just catch yourself because you fall very, very slowly. And yeah, everything's fine. Cooper, you need to make a notice check to have a quick look around. It will take you a few minutes.
If he stood on the same plate, he'd have a chance of feeling a reverberation in the same way.
Yeah, true. This will combine in this notice check then.
Okay.
3.
Cooper.
We're all dead. We're doomed. Well,
it feels like a solid plate as far as you can tell, but you wouldn't be able to tell with that check for anything beyond that. As you look around, you keep going through the silt, but the problem is you actually start losing track of where you are because of the limited vision radius. I assume Ulysses follows you to make sure he stays in line of sight as his practice underwater.
Yeah, I generally follow.
Yeah.
Is the panel that we're on sloped?
No, it's big and it's flat. It looks like it's almost perfectly flat compared to the structure and the surface. At this point, though, you notice coming towards you 2 more figures. One of them not wearing a dive suit that you've been given, and it very obviously is Delilah because she's got little bits of her dress that have been torn off, kind of fluttering around her underwater as she moves. Stax and Delilah approach.
Can we hear each other, or is it just like looking at each other in silence?
You're speaking into the air of your helmet, then there's water, then there's the air of their helmet. You'll have to put helmets dunk to do anything.
I don't even know if that would help. See, they haven't invented the water talkies? You guys have never seen water talkies before?
It's like at children's playgrounds. Where
Yeah.
at children's playgrounds they would have
It was invented by like a... Yeah, it's invented by a 10-year-old kid. It's like a... It's a fucking... What's the name of the thing? It's a... thing you talk into. Fuck, I'm having a brain fart right now. It's really loud. No, like the...
Like a megaphone?
Megaphone, thank you. It's like a megaphone, and then they put a... They put like a filament inside of it somewhere. Some kid invented this and made like $10 million.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can use it underwater, and if you talk into it, people underwater can hear you. It's a water talkie.
Yeah, but the problem is all of your ears are actually in air, and then there's...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
you do
maybe
notice
they
that all
would've
of your
invented
suits
something.
do have a tube attached to the front. If you can figure out the usage for it.
Can I do a fix check to figure that out?
It would be knowledge.
It's an intelligence skill, I'll try.
It's wisdom, isn't it? You just said.
Knowledge? No, notice is knowledge.
Notice,
Notice is wisdom. Knowledge is intelligence.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
11! I got a
Wouldn't have
crit.
been quite as
Yeah,
bad.
if you take
Amazing.
this flexible leather hose...
I'm sorry, it's a 6 and a 5. I didn't get a crit. I thought I got a crit because it was -1, but it got evened out.
Okay, so yeah, if you put the flexible leather hose and you put it in, like, the air of your helmet and put it into the air of the other person's helmet, and then you blow the water out, there'll be air, and you can just speak and it'll go through to the other person.
Wouldn't that blow water into the suit?
Yeah, but the air pressure will keep it forced out of their helmet region. It's
It'll
effectively...
be just enough to be annoying.
It's not a sealed suit.
It's not a sealed suit.
We're wearing a helmet. We're keeping our heads
Yeah.
up the right way, and the air pressure is just keeping...
Oh.
Yeah, no, this
Kinda-
is super low tech.
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of ocean 1800s nonsense is this? Good lord. They don't even put us down on a dive bell. This is the worst.
Yeah,
All
dive
right,
bell,
so
you'd move
I-
too
I-
slowly to be of any use.
I hold up a finger and I show Ulysses how to do the thing, and the second I get it hooked up, I blow and water goes. on the side of his face. Goes, there. Now we can talk. Sorry. I gotta blow the water out of the pipe, otherwise it doesn't work. These people are pretty low tech, but then again...
You couldn't have warned me anyway. Fine. What? This is much better, yes. Weren't you going to be staying behind to see if you could find something?
Too low tech. Wasn't an option.
I'm not surprised.
There was no way to fill the ship with the low tech that they've got here. It's just not an option.
They may live underwater and have some curious devices, but these people seem quite similar to the world I come from. I'm not the least bit surprised. I'm surprised, however, to see Delilah here. Is she well enough to be here?
She wasn't super excited about being here. I'd do yourself a favor and maybe not show her how to use the talking pipe.
I don't respond verbally, and it takes me a few moments, but eventually there's this long nod.
That was good stuff.
Oh dear.
Oh my lord, Tailrick's going red.
Yeah, no, I made him
laugh
turn
so
red.
hard he's turning pink.
That was good. That was really good. I like that.
Well, Cooper has found. Did they explain everything about the harpoons? Have you got these ones? And I show him the special harpoons, the explosive ones.
Yeah, they gave me one of those too. I hold mine out.
Okay. Well, if you use it, I don't think you're swimming far enough away from the way he talked of it. So don't unless you have to.
Man, he didn't give me any of that talk. He just handed it to me.
You know how to activate them?
Nah, he just handed it to me.
And I for brevity's sake, I explained how they're activated. And then after having done that, and just generally gesturing underwater, he said they would explode. Explosions underwater are really good for anything nearby. And he said run, but I don't think we'll run far enough. I took Cooper's. I don't think he'd ever use it.
That's probably a better idea. All right, thanks for the heads up.
He found this though,
here?
and I stamp on the plate we're on. Are we still near enough to where the lettering was?
Yeah, you can
But I
go
can
back a
just
few meters
gesture.
towards the lettering and...
And while they've been talking, I've just been like pointing down and stamping.
Also, you do notice, by the way, that all the other big tubes, there's probably about 8 of them that seem to be going to helmets beyond your, vision. They're starting to move much more erratically now.
Okay, we just flat out noticed that, do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
You should take those tubes.
I point.
into the ship, so it's putting the air into the.
I point to the tubes that are moving. It seems they may be joined in battle at this point. Cooper seems to be interested in something. He was gesturing for me to follow it. Quickly, ask him what it is. If he's running on another one of these goose chases, to be true, I might as well just go and join the others. I feel bad leaving our hosts to die.
All right, let me go talk to Cooper real fast. I pull out the pipe thing and I cover it with my thumb so I don't have to blow water in Cooper's face this time.
Oh,
And I take it over.
I see. That time.
And then I show Cooper, I point at it, and then I show him how to do the thing. All right, Cooper, Ulysses wanted me to ask you what's up. Is that like hull plating? What is that?
Yeah, it's a ship. I think it's the ship they arrived in. I don't think they use it anymore, but it might still be operational. I was thinking if I can find a door, but I've not had any luck so far. If
Could
we
I
get
use
inside,
a-
there might be functional weapons. It's worth a look.
Yeah, it's possible. I think that's a good. It might just be a good place to hide. I'll be honest with you. I make like the pulling my collar, look at him. Do I need a fix check to try and find the door, or would I know where it is because I fix spaceships, or like?
It would more be a notice check, because it's a very different type of spaceship. It's just one large hull panel. Like, it's not obvious from anything
We
really
don't even know
what it is.
if the door is going to be visible. You may just be looking for an
6?
odd kind of outcropping of rocks or
Yeah,
something.
how long do you want to spend looking for this door?
A bit with Cooper, so do we get like any assisted bonus or anything?
Oh, Cooper's already looked, so he will keep looking with the same score for now. But Stax, you spend a couple of minutes then looking around. Doesn't seem to be any door. You do notice that there's a little bit more like stamped lettering and stuff and writing, but it does seem to be more sort of part identifier rather than any known, like, it's not a name or anything. Just a string of digits, and there seems to be like a barcode type hash underneath it.
How long would it be how long would it take for me to get another notice roll? Like, how long? Like 5 minutes a roll, 10 minutes a roll?
You'd have to spend a lot more than 2 minutes now. You'd have to spend like another 10 minutes to just stay here and search and properly like comb through the area. Like you'd be moving large amounts of silt.
Cooper, you want to stay here and keep looking? Me and Ulysses can go on ahead. If you find a hatch or whatever, feel free to dive in and see if there's anything useful in there.
2 of the pressure tubes going to the helmets, presumably up ahead, 2 of them have gone slack by now and just seem to be gently drifting back and forth.
Jesus, let's find our way into this ship, but get going with them. I was going to go help, but it doesn't look like anybody can help them now.
Either way, I don't think I'm going to be any good in that fight. I'll keep looking.
Delilah's just watching them have conversations back and forth, and wherever it is that Stax starts going to, she's just going to follow Stax at the moment. I assume Ulysses is staying nearby.
At this point, yeah, as soon as Stax moved off to have a conversation with Cooper, I did turn around and gave a kind of a half wave, but
Shoot it, wave
that's
back.
more or less all he can really communicate at this point, and he's just waiting.
Okay, so Ulysses, Stax, and Delilah, are you moving onwards? And Cooper, are you staying put?
I'm staying.
I'm going to stay. Now that I saw those things go slack, I ain't going over there.
So
must be out their damn minds.
Who's actually going forwards?
I don't think anybody now.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, same as
If it seems that I'm the only one that's moving forward, I'll take a few steps forward. Then I'll wave to try and get Cooper's attention. And then I go to Jess, and then I'm like, fine. And I walk over and I get this tube. And I do the same thing, stick it up into the helmet and blow really hard. Whoosh, all over his face.
Gross.
Is this to me or Stax?
To you.
Okay. Did you... What?
If you find what you're looking for, I'm going there. It seems you're not. If you find it and need me to come back, tug on the air cord. Hard.
All right.
I might not notice it in the middle of battle, so be persistent.
All right, I'll make that the signal. And also, if the enemies just suddenly start being killed by some cool guns we find, that will also be a good signal.
If you find something like that, just be sure you know where you're aiming. Yes.
All right,
luck.
I've done this before.
And if I don't come back, you didn't turn out so badly, Cooper. And I clap him on the back and order, and then I move on.
I'm genuinely surprised, and then I moved quite a bit when he pats me.
Yeah, like your air kind of spills out your helmet a little bit, and you're like, and then the air kind of pumping back in pushes the water level down a little bit.
I am moved both emotionally and physically.
I start trying to jog, which is basically like moon hopping underwater, trying to catch up with the fight.
I'm a little upset that you're about to swim off on your own over to join that fight. It's almost kind of like it's one of the moments where it's like, Ulysses.
Well, the rest of the group stay behind.
None of the rest of the crew can hear it.
Delilah singing to herself inside her helmet. As Ulysses charges forwards. Ulysses, as you get just out of sight of the group, as the misty, sort of murky water kind of just covers them, you can see in front of you now, and you notice that 4 figures. Humans, several armed with these sort of large spears, trying to fend off something in the dark. 2 of them... And then occasionally there's as like a little tentacle whip comes out trying to ensnare one of them. You notice that one of them grabs them around the leg, pulls their leg forwards, and they quickly just pull out a knife and chop it off. There are 2 lying motionless, one of them with their head completely like crushed in, flattened to probably about only yay thick inside their helmet. The other one seems to have some sort of massive serration, like they've been gored by some sort of horn or something along the front of their torso. It seems to have cracked a couple of ribs open.
Clearly
they still seem to be somewhat breathing, actually, but they are barely with it.
Okay.
The first one is definitely
any...
dead. The second one is
Yeah, I was gonna, the one with the flat head. If his body's moving, that's his nerves kicking in. But the one with the huge gash on his chest, okay. And so the others are. Can I see? Can I get a good idea, or is it whatever is attacking them just outside of the murkiness, and I just see its tentacles?
As you get
whipping.
closer now, make a notice check.
Okay. No.
Okay.
3 and a 1.
Yeah, it's very, very dark, and all you can see is kind of that blood filling up from that gash now, kind of turning into a cloud around them. You can't really see anything beyond that.
Okay. Well, the first thing I'll do, since I can see one of them that seems to be alive, just like is he sitting up or something that his helmet hasn't expelled all of its air, or is he just like knocked down? Just seems to be about
He's
to
been
drown?
propped up against what appears to be like a small like lump of mud or silt or something, and he's propped up so that his helmet is still technically up. And he's got his head still a bit back, but he's got air coming in. And though the back is full of water now, he's still got his head in the air section of it.
Okay. I'll rush over to him and kneel down beside him and just pull out that talking thing and shove it up inside. And what's happening? What's going on?
They are trusting us. They are probing attack. Keep all your wits about you. They can come from all directions. Keep looking up.
And he kind of spits out like a little bit of blood.
As he starts choking and unable to talk, I'll pop the harpoon gun down. I'll just like, almost as if I'm trying to grab him and prop him up more. And I press my hand against his chest and use bio psionics while I say, "Hold steady, your gods aren't ready for you to die yet."
Okay.
And I'll just roll. There we go. Oh, full heal.
Okay. And with that, the ribs kind of regrow, and then the flesh and muscle over the top of them. And it's still got a big cut there, but it's now no longer like you can't really see, and you can't see any sign of like an internal organ or anything like you could before. You can see his pinkiness of his lung. Now it's kind of just a big gash in the skin. And he...
I did not know we had any more weird singers here. Not a foreigner at that. To this land. Thank you.
And he kind of gets up cautiously, trying to keep the tube attached.
Right. Brother, are you ready to face them?
I am. And I stand up and I just clang my glaive down and grab the harpoon, but it's clear that I'm favoring the glaive at the moment.
Okay. And with that, he...
Don't suppose you have any more of that?
As much as is needed, and I'll roll again.
Okay.
2 this time.
A little bit, but there's still a big
I
cut
can
there.
do it effortlessly without end.
Okay, keep going. I'm keeping track of the number in my head.
Dear
I just need to
God,
know
how
how much
many has he
system
got?
strain. There, stop.
OP, Dev's nerf, Dev's nerf.
Stop. And with that, there's obviously a big hole in the suit now. But with that, he looks pale flesh knitting over, and then actually gets a tone to it as his skin suddenly not just puckered anew, but actually just as if it was never injured.
Excellent. Thank you, brother. We will celebrate this. But first...
And he puts his hand down to the side, and with that there's as the water kind of goes, it suddenly moves aside. And you notice there's a strange, weird, translucent gap in the water, extending into a long, curved blade, probably about 60 centimeters long from his hand. And then he goes... and he just kind of shrugs a little bit, like a little Hulk shrug. And with that,
Okay.
the water kind of goes...
Hulk flex.
Moves about 2 inches away from his skin, all over.
Okay. That's rather amazing.
And it kind of looks almost like padded out, like it's almost like plate armor, but the plate armor is made of just nothingness. But you can notice it by the sheer fact the water kind of moves away a little bit. It's kind of hard to see, but since you're talking to him point blank...
let us face them. For glory.
Masculine bonding.
I echo the same thing and turn as he turns, I imagine, and start moving in the direction of wherever the battle is.
Okay, so you move in to fill up the lines where one person has already fallen and gone, the head crushed by something. And as you get closer now, make a notice check.
Okay. I feel that it's pointless to roll, given the negatives. I'm never going to notice anything.
You gotta take specialist notice next.
Oh my lord, that's with a minus. I had to check that I hadn't put a +2 there. That's double sixes.
Double sixes?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the only way I could get that high. I've got so many negatives on this. Notice is a negative, wisdom is a negative, and I've got -2 for being...
Holy crap.
That is the highest I could possibly roll.
Okay, so with that, as you turn back from sort of looking at this guy to looking toward the front line, there's a... and a tentacle comes down like it's going to wrap towards your neck. And with that, you just go... and you grab it in your meaty palm. And you kind of pull a little bit. And the sheer fact that whatever's trying to pull back isn't really succeeding, is actually pulling it towards you. The water kind of parts a little bit, and there's this kind of... your bicep bulges, and there's a whole moment of like... and with that, you manage to move your fist back a little bit, and whatever it is comes towards you, and you notice this massive face, like eyes, triple line on each side, yellow, slit-like pupils. The face itself is kind of long like a hammerhead, like along the side, but then caves inwards and comes down towards a sort of weird, very thin, but elongated to the back jaw, with a number of very small, sharp, serrated teeth. The body itself does have vague shoulders, but they're sloped back, and they've got plates of some sort of bone or chitin on top of the scales, protecting whatever seems to be behind it. The torso itself you can't really get a good glimpse at, but it does seem to be made of the same sort of darky green, sort of turquoisey scale that you're currently wearing. On each side, 4 fins, each covered on the back with what seem to be sort of teeth or claws, kind of propel it through the water. And just below, behind its mandibles, behind its jaw, these 2 tentacles, one of which you've currently got in your grasp. It screams at you. And that's where we're going to roll combat. So if you wouldn't mind rolling some initiative.
Okay.
This
Just
is why I
him or
don't
all
hang
of
out
us?
with Ulysses.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No.
This is a whole different scene.
If you can actually like do that.
Where's my character? There we go.
So imaginative use of emotes in chat.
Oh, wow. Rolled max initiative as well.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Very nice.
Are they making wieners out of our emotes?
What do they do with the emotes? Tell me.
Oh, it's like
using
the hooded guy, Roll Evil, with the real bros fighting against the
Kraken-y
octopus.
thing, yeah.
Yeah. Squid. It's pretty sweet.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Ulysses, as it comes
super
forwards, it pulls, yanking really hard with its tentacle, and it's in front of you. You go first.
Okay.
You don't really
Kick
count
it
as
in the
grappling it
octopus
anymore.
dick.
Effectively, you start
That's
in
how
your
you
normal
defeat it.
position with your guns, etc., whatever you want, and it's got its tentacle back, so that you didn't get a free grapple. But
Oh
you
yeah,
start
no, that's
very
perfectly
close.
fine. That would have
Yeah.
been way too OP. All right then. Well,
It's not manly, but it is a winning move.
how big is this volume-wise?
This one in front of you, as far as you can tell, is probably the size of like a cow plus 40%. Like, it's not actually that large. It's just a kind of a shock as it comes out of the gloom in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only probably like a cow plus 40%. We're not talking like way larger than a human, but it's certainly larger.
Okay, well, that's cool. Well, then the main thing I'm going to do is as it's swimming forward. We're using up a whole action though to do it. Let's see. What would using a psionic ability be in combat?
Which one?
Specifically, I want to probe its emotions.
It would be an action, because I think it takes
Would
an
be a
action
full
to
action.
summon up any psionic ability.
Okay, no, that's fine. I figured as much.
Depends on the ability of some of them, but you can do as like on-turn actions. Some of them are instant actions.
They very much explicitly specify those, though, I think.
Yeah.
Else is
So
basically,
I think you are correct with that one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay, well, as it's squaring off, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to use telepathy. I want to get an idea. I want to know my enemy.
Okay. It can't resist it. You get a very base sense of emotion, don't you? Just a very base sense.
If it's got a particularly strong emotion, then it might be a little bit more focused into like a word or something. But
you get a kind of a rage bloodlust driven by a sense of revenge or vengeance.
That's what I was looking for. Okay. Well, that is very interesting. Okay, so for flavor, as it comes forward, and this is now more of like, man versus Cthulhu, I just kind of brace myself and I bring my glaive across. Like, we're in close quarters now. The harpoon gun is more or less forgotten on the floor.
Okay. In which case, it's going to go. Looking down at you, it lashes out with a tentacle and tries to grapple you. So if you could make me a... you can choose between a exert check or a strength exert or agility exert, I'd say. Effectively dodging or beating in the grapple.
Agility? Agility
Dex exert. Sorry.
Oh, right.
So you choose between strength and dex.
Yeah, I'll go with strength, obviously. But -2 still. 9! Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Not too bad.
Not bad.
Sweet. That's pretty awesome.
I'll just check again. I did put in I put in -2. I keep looking at it.
10. With that,
scallywag you.
The tentacle wraps around your torso and brings you in right up close to its maw. Now, your newfound ally is going to go. He leaps forwards and bringing up the sword, tries to swing it, and he's going to try and release you from the grapple by cutting off the tentacle. So I'm going to say that would be an attack for minus... what would be a called attack? -4, I think? So roll.
I'm not sure if it would be a -4 in this game, considering the minuses and pluses tend to be a lot more on the lower side.
When it's a D20 for an attack.
Oh, right, okay.
Different scale,
Sorry.
yeah.
I forgot that we were moving to that. I was just thinking in terms of like the stats, because generally it's ones or -1s on there. But yeah, that makes sense.
Stats is, yeah. He swings, and unfortunately the sword completely misses the tentacle as he pulls you in, Ulysses, just too quickly, and the sword effortlessly goes behind you. You're back up.
Okay. Now it's got me wrapped around the middle, doesn't it? So has it pinned my arms? Or
not pinned your arms, it's just got your middle.
Okay. Could you refresh my memory? Because I'm not sure on what happens from grapple. I don't want to make a silly move and
effectively,
ignore
it won't allow you to
something
move
terrible.
freely, and I believe it can make attacks on you advantage in D&D. I'm not sure in this. I'd say it gets a bonus, so I'd call it like a +2 bonus. It could then turn a grapple into restraining you and actually trying to pin your arms from here if it wanted to.
Okay, but at the moment, I'm effectively not encumbered in terms of just trying to stab it.
You can definitely attack back. You can spend your action to try and cut the tentacle. You can spend your action to try and beat the grapple by testing again. It's up to you.
It's right in front of me and roaring in my face, isn't it?
Yeah. The teeth are probably about 6 inches away from you at this point.
I'm going to try and feed it my plasma glaive.
Okay.
That's a way to put it.
That's pretty
I imagine the moment I actually grip it with an intent of actually using it properly, just steam starts billowing out from the front, because it's going to be instantly vaporizing the water.
Oh yeah, no, it's not quite steam gets underwater, it just goes bubble, bubble, bubble. Like if you put like the bubble, the aerator in the bottom of the fish tank, but like turn it up to like 11.
Imagining you do like, here comes the airplane.
If you want to do it, I would say that it'd be a cord shot, but it would also reduce the AC if you actually hit. So it'd be because you're hitting it in the mouth as opposed to on its scaly hide.
It was more or less just
for flavor. In which case, sure.
Hit
roll.
it in the mouth. I mean, its face is right in front of me. It's got a gigantic mouth. What I was going to do, but
make
I
a
wouldn't
normal
be going
attack
for a call shot on that. Right, where are you, plasma glaive? There we go. And attack. -2. 18.
Roll damage.
Wow, I really rolled that. Wow.
Come on.
That is crazy. Okay, damage is 10.
What did you actually roll?
I
18.
clicked on the attack button.
Cool. I was just double checking if you got a crit, but you didn't. You've got +2 -2, so it's just a roll, and you rolled an 18. Yeah, with that, you bring your glaive across, and you shove it up, trying to get into its mouth, and it kind of stabs it partway through the jaw, kind of making one of the teeth go loose and kind of start floating away towards you, and it's kind of lodged a little bit there, and you pull it out.
Fill his mouth with bubbles too.
It's going to go now.
Bubbles.
And since it's got you grappled, it's going to go for a bite.
Okay.
Um... 10. That doesn't beat your leather armor, does it?
It doesn't beat the armor underneath it either, no.
Okay. So with that, the teeth go forwards and they grab onto the arm that has the glaive that you've pulled back, and they go, but they can't quite get through it. You can feel the arm's definitely bruising underneath from the sheer force, but doesn't seem to be able to penetrate.
Is this like a primitive weapon?
The teeth, yes. Teeth
Yeah.
counts primitive.
Also, what was I going to ask about that? Does it have any savage?
Yes, but it wouldn't beat your AC.
Okay, that's fine.
It would also not beat the AC on the hide. The hide is specifically designed to try and defeat the savage of these weapons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought I'd just check, since my weapon has savage.
It's a good reminder. I actually forgot about it. The guy next to you is going to try his attack again, coming back around. It was a +1. Again, tries to swing and hit that tentacle, but it's just not having it. It kind of pushes him away with one flipper, and he goes. Tries to make his way back towards you. You're up.
Okay, well, since it's got me grappled, doesn't seem to be too interested in letting me go anytime soon, I'm just going to keep wailing on it while it's holding me in front of its face.
Okay.
And -2 again. Oh, much worse roll that time.
Yeah, this time you try and bring the glaive around, but it just deliberately, as it sees the glaive coming, knowing what you're going to do now, pulls you in closer, right up to the front of its face, and you can't really get the glaive around to hit it. The glaive's just missing behind it.
What's its AC?
Its AC is... Tell me what your savage AC is.
Let me just quickly find it on the weapon. You can move on to the next thing while I just quickly look it up, because it's just going to add a couple
It probably
of
will
points
do
down.
it because it's an advanced weapon versus primitive armor. So yeah, you will get your savage damage. Your shock damage. Sorry.
Let me have a look. It was large, advanced, and the shock damage is 2 points on anything with AC's 15 or lower.
Yeah. So with that, even though it manages to miss, you're still kind of just wailing it around back there, and it seems like
Sorry, 3 points. No, 4 points, because it adds my attack bonus and my strength.
Only your strength, not your attack bonus.
Oh, really?
All attacks add strength to the damage, but not the attack bonus. The attack bonus is added only to the hit roll.
Oh, okay. Then it just adds my attack,
So 3
my
points.
strength, so that'll be 3.
Yeah. So although you swing it round behind its head, you do feel it clip something. You're not sure what you clipped, but you think you probably injured it in some way.
With a plasma glaive, it could just get close enough.
Yeah.
He could do the damage.
That brings us back to it. It's going to make another attempt to bite you. $12. Doesn't even go through the leather again. Your friend is going to try and help release you once more.
All through this, I'm just laughing. I'm finding this quite exhilarating.
And with that,
oh, fantastic!
this big sort of shimmering, invisible sword comes down. What's the damage again on a large advanced weapon? It's D10.
1d10
Large?
plus 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, I might be able to add a little bit more to that. Let me just check.
Yeah, strength or whatever.
Yeah, so it would be 9 points of damage, which is enough to sever the tentacle. And with that, the tentacle parts in the middle, a little bit of this strange dark blood filling the water, and you're released. You see, suddenly you've got free movement as he comes back up, this double-handed sword ready. You okay?
A good hit, I say, as I land down, which he can't hear, and then I just stab up with the glaive as I kind of float down and let my knees bend as I land, but then just use that to get into a good position to stab upwards. Again, it's not a cold shot or anything, just for the sake of flavor. 18.
I roll damage.
And this time I roll 6. Bleh.
Your glaive jams in pretty hard somewhere behind its head. And it seems to be very frustrated by you now. It's going to swing around, and it's going to try and bring a flipper up and cut you with the razor-sharp edge on the back.
Okay. Gotta be honest, that I'm surprised that I'm doing as well in combat underwater. This is going quite well. I'm either rolling amazingly or really badly. Like I'm rolling at the very upper end where it won't matter, or like shit. There's no middle ground where the environment would affect it in any way. It's like, no.
Well, because the environment would affect kind of everyone equally, I've kind of just taken away that negative modifier and just given the deep swimmers a slight buff to their because they're designed for underwater. 18.
Okay, well that definitely goes to the armor.
Okay, so with that, you take 4 points of damage. 6 points of damage as the back of the flipper comes around and comes down across your shoulder, severing and cutting the flesh there, kind of rending it open, just so you can see that musculature underneath.
Okay.
With that, your ally's going to go. Instead of going for the tentacle or whatever, he's just going to go straight for the beast.
I love how the cat still splat seat when he was gone.
Like, every time.
Cat's
no,
free.
not missing a beat.
That would be a crit.
I see it now. Oh, wow.
That's amazing. Let's crush it.
So that's just double everything in this system. So that'll be times 2, whatever this is. So he does 10 points of damage.
Nice.
And Ulysses, as you're kind of holding it on the end of your glaive, he kind of runs forwards a little bit, slow motion in the water, jumps, and it goes, floats just along, and brings the sword, and cuts deep into the side. And it goes, and goes limp.
Oh, fantastic. As it's going limp, I'm not taking any chances. I walk up to it, and then just stab it a few times on the ground.
You hit it a few times in the head. And you notice that the bony crest along the face is very resistant to damage. Almost like that if you're in front of it and trying to injure it, its AC might be higher than if you were trying to flank it, which is why they operate in groups around here, you think. Okay. But with that, you manage to crack open whatever skull it is.
It's like shelling a lobster.
No.
Get the knife in behind the shell on the head, and then leverage, split it in half.
Ulysses has a lot of experience in this. But Ulysses, as you look back towards people on the front line, it looks like there's another person who's dropped. There's only 3 left. And there are shapes moving like they're now definitely fighting, like they're engaged. And a couple overhead go past. It looks like the people have fallen, the line's now being penetrated.
I'll point this out to the other guy, and I'll point up at the people above. And while that's happening, I'm going to be using biopsionics on myself.
Okay.
Let me know how often I can use it. In the space of time that things are going on.
The space of time here, I'd say, sure, you can keep using it, but that will determine how many seconds they're fighting without you.
Okay, well, I've gestured it, and I'm starting to walk in that direction whilst doing it, because I can...
Towards the front line.
Yeah, towards
Okay,
the people
cool.
who've just fallen, yeah.
Yeah, looking up, the guy you're talking to goes... and points towards the front line, and gestures like, we should go to the front line. And, like, them, don't worry about it, or, like, something else, like, not our issue.
Okay. Well, I follow his lead.
Sure. Cooper, Delilah, Stacks.
I'm actually going to be making a move to try and get to the guy who's fallen. If I get so close enough to see, yeah, his face has been opened up or his head is actually disconnected.
Okay.
I'll abandon that and just move to the front line. But that will be Ulysses' priority there.
Sure. Delilah, Cooper, Stacks. Make notice checks.
Sure. Gladly. That's wisdom, so notice.
5.
And don't forget the -2.
5.
-2.
Get double 6s. Do it.
I mean, I did. I got double 6s.
Okay.
Nice.
It worked.
Oh.
Critical.
But
Crit.
with my
Okay.
hurting wisdom and everything, you know?
Delilah,
Woohoo, double 6.
you, Cooper, and Stacks are all kind of spread out, looking at this plate, trying to figure out what's going on. And you're not sure what made you look up. Maybe it was just the hoses nearby and the vigorous movement on them that kind of stops suddenly. Just makes you like suddenly a little bit more aware. Maybe it was just a shift in the water currents around you. But as you look up, you notice 20 meters away, this weird kind of bony, dark greeny, sort of turquoise-colored, scaly face with rows of eyes come out of the gloom. Another one. 2 of them start sprinting, in sea terms, towards you, Delilah.
That's sprinting.
I don't know, swimming very fast doesn't have the same je ne sais pas.
2 of these creatures?
They look like
Can
they're
you
smaller
just-
ones.
Yeah, they're smaller ones. Can you describe the immediate area? I know we're over with Cooper right now, who's trying to get into the ship. What's the immediate area like, so I can...
So Cooper's kind of behind you from them. Stacks is off to your side a little bit. You're kind of standing on this big plate. You've moved a little bit of the silt away. It's effectively just a big open square at this point, because you've moved a little bit away from the structure itself, but then stopped. And you've moved a lot of the silt away, and it looks like that whatever this plate is, it's maybe used as a foundation. It's just a big, flat object.
Gotcha. There's no, like, structures around that could be, say, hidden behind, no cover or anything like that we can take?
Not really. You moved away from the structures, and then Cooper was like, oh, look, a plate. So you're kind of in the open right here.
Well, Delilah obviously has her priorities. So with her harpoon that she's she took a harpoon gun, didn't she? Remind me. She did take one, right?
Yeah, Stacks took the actual spear off you. You've got the harpoon and the 2 reloads.
Yeah. So I have the thing, and I'm going to tap Stacks on the top of his helmet with it as quickly as I can. Obviously not trying to smash the thing, and just like gesture towards what's going on, and then immediately try to take cover behind anything I can, or try not to be a
hide
target
behind
for the thing.
Stacks. That's the closest thing. So Stacks, roll me initiative. Cooper, you can do so as well. So we're going to have 2 separate combats going on at the same time here.
Click your mini. Where is she? Where are you, Delilah?
Oh, just
I have
Sandeep
any?
for now. I haven't given you a new one yet.
Where is Sandeep? Not
Hey,
there.
it deleted me.
Oh, sorry. You need to add yourself again.
I don't think I have a mini.
Give me a sec. I will
Roll
fix that
again
for
and
you.
see if. There you go. You
Hey
can
there,
change it to 3.
Delilah. What's it like in New York City? You're 1,000 miles away, but tonight you look so pretty. Yes, you do. You know what? This is actually a perfect time for a break. So I will give you a mini over the break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. And at that point, we'll see who prevails in this fight. Ulysses' newfound friend, or Delilah, Stacks, and Cooper over at their end. Maybe no one will survive. Who knows? But that'll be in 8 minutes' time. Do go check out the Patreon. Do go check out the fan subreddit we have, which is r/Roll4It. Also go check out the wiki if you want to learn how different NPCs, who they are, like what happened in different episodes, what happened in different shows. You can go up there and you can even add information yourself, which is actually great because we need people to kind of fill in a little bit more information. Like Stacks has an entire article on his gun, which is great.
Makes you happy.
Come back in 8 minutes. Until then, roll safe.
Also, in before Cooper accidentally kills the young prince of the deep swimmers, and they all just converge and devour him.
That is actually the subplot right there.
Humanity invents the spike drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. Nations and corporations set about colonizing space at a rapid pace. The first great expansion peaks with the very fringes of human space, now a year's travel from Earth. To enforce rule over the colonies, the Terran Mandate is created by the nations of Earth, and it places a ban upon further colonization. Metadimensional extraversion syndrome, or MES, appears, allowing sufferers to perform impossible feats such as teleportation or telepathy. However, it invariably kills those affected, or drives them mad. With time, training, and untold lives lost in research, ways of training and harnessing these psionic powers are developed, being improved with each generation of instructors. Jump gates are created, allowing choirs of master teleporter psionics to provide almost instant travel for ships passing through the gate to any other gate. Travel to the frontier is cut to 2 days, and the Terran Mandate lifts the ban on colonization. The second great expansion begins. Psi-tech manufacturing, able to manipulate universal constants, allows impossible materials and works of engineering. Due to manpower shortages and the ever-expanding number of people moving to the frontier, the Terran Mandate gives up trying to control the frontier worlds entirely. Spike drive ships are rare and antiquated. Jump gates have replaced them in all but the poorest, most unimportant and distant frontier systems. Core worlds have become increasingly specialized, relying on the jump gate network for resources from other systems. Emanating from the Veil Nebula, the Scream takes a mere 17 minutes to propagate across human space, killing or rendering insane every single psychic. The jump gate network collapses, and humanity is thrown into isolation and chaos. Countless core worlds die without access to supplies. The frontier worlds fare better, as many were yet to receive jump gates, or had not yet transitioned away from some degree of subsistence. Still, many end up as tomb worlds, or are reduced to primitive levels of technology. Slowly the silence lifts, as worlds manage to form large-scale industrial bases not reliant on Psi-tech. Attempts to recover humanity's psychic abilities in MES sufferers largely fail initially, due to a lack of instructors, and those that do succeed are without the power of pre-Scream psychics. Explorers begin remapping old drill courses that have shifted over the years, a dangerous and unreliable task. Stellar unions start to form around the strongest worlds, and warfare erupts over control of valuable pre-Scream tomb worlds and installations. Now, our band of adventurers, stranded in an unknown sector, must attempt to survive.
Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It. We're playing Stars Without Number, as we do every... Wow, that is a fancy-looking drink.
It is really nice. It is full of alcohol.
Yeah!
Bring me some!
Yes. What are you drinking?
It's coffee, actually. Irish coffee, though.
Yes! That's a man right there. That's good.
Right, so in part one, our friendly starship starvers, I was going to say people, but really you've just been starving.
Why you gotta do this? Why?
They managed to, they found their way onto a planet that people live underwater in little habitats. They can't live above the surface because the atmosphere is terrible. Beyond that, they told them that they have an enemy who lives on this planet who swims around, called the Deep Swimmers. Then there was an attack because Delilah managed to psychically project because of some psychic cocaine. It sounds really weird when explained like this, but it all makes sense in character, I assure you. They then all went out after a bit of a debate to go and defend, and Ulysses continued on. The rest of the group stopped to have a look at some sort of huge panel that was on the ground. However, the line of people defending the habitat buckled, and a few deep swimmers managed to get past. At which point, we go into combat with one that is fighting... two that are fighting Delilah, Stax, and Cooper. Cooper unaware, actually, currently at the moment, because water is not good when it comes to shouting at people.
Stoop-de-doo looking for an airlock.
So, Delilah, you're up first.
So yeah, with my, what did I roll? 8, which is amazing for initiative. I saw that. How far away is it right now? I saw it coming. I ducked behind Stax. I could tap him on the head to warn him.
It'd probably be about 10 meters away by now.
I suppose, kind of like peeking around Stax, so he's not like in my line of fire. I'm going to fire my one harpoon that I have loaded in.
Okay.
So let's see how well I do with this one. I have to apply a -2 because I am tired and all that jazz. Bam. That's what happens when you apply a -2. So I'm rolling.
Dear.
Let's see, what did I roll with? I rolled with -2, -4, plus 0. So I rolled the total of, I think, 4 minus...
You rolled a 3, plus 1, -2, -2.
I don't even know that one came from. Oh, 1 because I'm level 2. That's right. So
Yeah.
3 plus 1 minus 4.
So with that,
I kill Stax.
you're unsure, but you do pull the hammer, and you click, and the hammer goes... hits a little sparking, like, crystal, and there's a... and the harpoon goes... and you're pretty sure it went above the surface, but that's not the direction. It's the right... No, that's not the right way.
No, that is the right way. We should have done that.
Stax.
Yeah, let me see. So, wow, you got a 0. Holy shit, brother.
I
So
put
let me-
extra effort into that one, too.
I know. There's extra love in it.
I don't think that
So
was
how
enough.
far away is the enemy?
10 meters away from you.
10 meters. Okay, can I move 10 meters on my turn to get close to it?
Yeah, you can. It will require you to make an exert check just to make sure, because you're swimming rather than just walking. But if you don't flub it, then that's fine. The DC is going to be relatively lowish.
Assuming
5.
I do flub the exert, does that use up my action?
No, it just moves you 5 meters instead.
Okay, I'll do the exert then. And it's strength exert or dex exert?
I'd say either would be applicable.
Okay.
One would be more swimming, the other one would be sort of like walking, pushing yourself through the water. 5 is still
5.
just enough. That's what the DC I was looking for. You do manage to just about.
That's with a... Do I still have the -2 though?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 3.
Oh, in which case, yeah, you managed to go 5 meters, slowly pushing through underwater.
Okay.
You're 5 meters away from it.
I'll shoot a harpoon at him, I guess, then.
Sure.
So for a harpoon shot, I got +1. +1. Oh yeah, my attack bonus, so +2. So I've got a +4 altogether, which turns into a +2. Alright. 19.
Roll damage. That harpoon sticks in very firmly. That's a good hit.
What does the harpoon deal in damage? D8 or
1d8
D6?
plus your dex bonus.
Okay. Dex plus shoot, so that's going to be 6 damage.
So yeah, the harpoon flies in and stabs it somewhere just below its head in the underbelly, and it goes... "Ah!" That brings us to the second combat with Ulysses. Actually, let's stagger the combat so that they're in separate piles. There we go. Cooper, make me a perception check.
Okay. I'm just happily wandering about, just thinking, oh, if I could just find like an edge or something that I can follow, then I can get my bearings and find it, and then I get a 7.
7 is just enough. You hear a faint, like a small explosion that's being dampened, and you hear a kind of muffled by water. And you turn around and you notice that there are 2 of these strange underwater creatures, one of whom is in front of Stax by about 5 meters, slightly larger, and there's a slightly smaller one above.
I'm just looking around like nothing here, nothing here. That's something, and I'll take aim with a harpoon. And well, how far away am I?
You would be about 15 meters away from the first one, 20 meters from the second one.
All right, I'll take aim at the first one with the harpoon.
Okay.
I'm sure this will go brilliantly. What modifiers do I have? Any?
Pardon?
Do I have any modifiers?
No.
Alright. 7.
Into the gloom.
That is the first time that Cooper in his life has ever fired any sort of weapon.
And he did so lacklusterly.
And with that,
What
we
the
go
hell?
to the other combat.
Hold on, Havoc. You didn't think you were gonna drink out of that tiny little, like, sprightly glass without anybody bringing it up. What do you
This is the
possibly
point
drink?
where everyone but Splat tells him that I've been drinking out of this little sprightly glass for like the last 3 sessions.
Pray tell, what
and he has
liquid
not
resides?
noticed.
And we've talked about it for the past 3
We
sessions.
have
at least
talked
one
about it
person.
several
At least one
times.
person. And chat.
What resides inside such a diminutive glass? for
Wait,
such
we all
a
had this
large
conversation
man?
about 5 minutes ago.
We literally had
Yes.
this conversation. Are you
Were you playing Oxygen Not Included?
I'm not listening to what we say.
Oh, sorry. It was a part where my character wasn't included. I go zoom, and I just blue screen out.
Coffee.
Wow.
Irish coffee.
Wow.
No,
Not as
don't
invested?
give him the satisfaction, Alec. He didn't listen to us. We won't listen to his questions.
I'm not going to leave a bro hanging like that. Man. There's certain rules that one observes. Even if they are drinking out of a sprightly little glass.
Speaking of
That's
rules,
actually a normal sized glass. Avic is just like a
yeah, and
tremendous
he's
human
actually
being.
cosplaying Ulysses by being larger.
Yeah, he's like 8 foot tall. That's a normal glass. He's just Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. So, cutting back to the front line where Ulysses, his friendly telekinesis bro, and 3 others are currently fending off a number of deep swimmers. You look forwards, Ulysses, as you notice one very large, we're talking bigger than a car size deep swimmer, approaches the front, flanked by 2 others. The Odin Sons are going to have their go. I'm just going to roll some dice really quick. Where's my d20? Nope. Yes. Nope. Yes. So 2 of them launch forwards and attack the one in the flank, trying to defeat it. It's one of the smaller ones, more like the one you just fought. And they start hacking it. One of them stabs in with a spear and manages to do some damage. The other one manages to flank around and starts stabbing it with a knife and gets in and starts almost riding it for a few meters until it manages to pull the knife out. That brings to you.
Okay. So how far away are these? Are they within range of me, or do I
They're
need to advance?
about-
I would imagine I'd have to advance.
Just sort of the edge of your vision right now, because you're still a little bit behind the
Okay.
front line, so
Yeah.
between 20
Yeah.
meters.
All right. So my companion is nearby, is he?
Yeah, he just started sprinting forwards on his go. I should probably check for him to do a exert. He's fine. He managed to run forwards 10 meters.
And whereabouts is the one that fell just as I was approaching?
They'd be about 5 meters in front of you, not that far away.
Okay, well, I'm gonna veer towards him, and I gesture to the one as he's racing past. And I point to the one that's down, and I go to him to check if he's okay, or if there's anything I can do.
You're not sure. He's without spending like a medicine check, because you didn't see the impact itself and the damage that was taken because you were in the middle of combat at the time. But from the quick glance, he's either dead or bleeding out, like he's in that region somewhere.
Okay, well, it doesn't hurt to use biopsionics on him then. In either case, he won't get up, or he will.
Nice.
And with
So that's
that,
what I'm gonna do.
at least inhales water suddenly.
Only a little bit of healing there.
Rights his helmet and grabs the hose nearby. As he's suddenly now conscious again.
Okay.
Nice.
Do I see any visible wounds on him? Because I'm trying to help him right himself so that his air stays in his helmet. Is there anything I would immediately notice, or is it just like he looks like he might have been crushed?
It looks like
or
there's a
something?
large bite mark that seems to be on his shoulder and his neck. It's slightly healed now, but there's still like a large chunk of flesh missing.
Okay. Well, I imagine that's my turn. So as he's coming to, I've got my hand on his shoulder, and but I'm more or less just stabilizing him while watching the fight from where I am.
Okay, cool. In which case, that brings us to the deep swimmer's turn. So, over at your side, Ulysses, the ones that's smaller facing the two enemies is going to disengage, and it's going to move up and further behind the line. It's kind of almost above you right now. It looks like it's trying to flank or trying to push through. You're not sure which.
Does it appear that it's going for me and the fellow with me, or is it trying to circle around behind the others?
You get the sense from what the other one is currently doing that it's more trying to circle, because the bigger one pushes forwards and gets to the front line, now facing everyone. The other one on the flank that's just a little bit behind moves to the side as well, so they're encircling the group.
Okay.
The advantage of being able to go up and down much more easily than people. The smaller one isn't in combat range. Actually, is in grapple range. The smaller one is going to try and grapple the guy you just rezzed.
Dude, I'm healing here.
Pretty much.
Cool, man.
You're a little... Oh.
And with that, the guy's... as his arm is suddenly wrapped up as he gives you OK signal, and he's pulled bodily upwards away from you.
Okay. Is there a kind of reaction I can do, considering he's been pulled up and I had my hand on his shoulder?
Yeah, sure. Make a exert check, strength.
I wouldn't normally ask, but since I had said that my character was holding him effectively. So strength exert, 4.
Unfortunately, you're not
strong.
really tensed ready for that, and he just pulled out of your grasp suddenly. On the front line, the smaller one is going to move in, and your guy who hadn't made it to the front line, the second smaller one is going to engage him to prevent him getting to the front line. That's his entire turn to sprint that far. The bigger one, however... Oh. The bigger one, as the three guys who are left kind of face up against it, it just goes... and just bodily eats one of the guys. Like, the legs are still slipping out of the maw, but the rest of the body is just inside the mouth, and it goes... before spitting him out.
Jurassic Park 1.
Quick question, though. They've roared in front of Ulysses enough times at this point. Do they look like they've got a normal, like, mouth?
Yeah,
or is it more like a whale's mouth, where it's like all those kind of flows of flesh? Sort of
no. It's definitely like a big throat with a elongated tongue. Couple of different bits in there.
It's just like a normal jaw, teeth around the jaw. The tongue isn't, I don't know, negative grabbing arms or anything crazy.
No, it looks fairly normal-ish for a Terran.
Well, normal-ish for a giant sea monster.
Yeah, for an alien giant sea monster.
I just wanted to know if I was facing like a Cthulhu version of the thing from Tremors, or, you know, I don't know.
Nice.
Meanwhile, in the back combat, the one facing off against Stax and Delilah sprints back towards Stax and is going to... just going to make an attack with the... fin as it goes towards Stax. Ooh. That would be fairly high. That would be a 20. Not crit, not natural.
I don't know what the armor class is for leather, but I'm going to assume it's definitely worse than woven, so I definitely took that hit.
Off the top of my head, it's 14, I think. Off the top of my head.
I can have a look for you. So it's just basic leather armor, yeah?
Yeah. You take, Stax, because I rolled pitifully, 3 points of damage.
Yay!
You kind of actually manage to just float back out of surprise a little bit out of the way, and it only catches you at the edge, and this like little red mark appears on your chest, and you're like, eh.
You said these were leather +1, is that right?
Leather +1, yeah.
Yeah, so that's 14 then.
Cool. The one that's got a little bit further over spends its entire turn getting a little bit further, so it's almost directly above Cooper. That brings back to Delilah.
Okay, so it takes a whole turn to reload my damn harpoon gun.
Yep.
And it's right in front of Stax. And Stax is 5 meters in front of me.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm going to drop down to a knee, pull out a harpoon reload, and reload my harpoon. And,
okay.
That's that.
Delilah goes... Whoop, whoop. Stax, you're up.
Was she really going... Even though she's in a helmet? Is she holding
true.
her breath as if she thinks she's going to drown in a helmet full of air?
No.
Okay. I have to check.
So I'm at point blank range.
She's actually smart.
You are in combat. If you choose to use your movement to disengage from combat and be at point blank range, you can, yes. It's the way the rules work, weirdly.
Wait, I'm not like in base contact? I thought he attacked me
There are
with
two
melee.
differences. You can have base combat in melee and base combat out of melee. It's the way the rules distinguish the difference in Stars Without Numbers. You can be at base contact but not be in melee.
How am I not in melee if he just tried to stab me with a spear?
You are in melee.
I'm sorry,
You are
I'm
in
having
melee right
trouble.
now.
Okay, that's fine then. I produce my revolver, stick it to his chest, and squeeze. Assassin perk, automatic hit, so he has no defense. I just roll damage.
Okay.
Nice.
And I could do it every turn. Closing melee with me is a terrible plan. It's the worst plan ever. So it's going to be a d6 plus 2. Luckily, it doesn't hurt that much.
Come on, 8. I have all the faith in you.
5.
Yeah, so as it closes with you and swipes at you, you're like, huh. Revolver? You put it directly to its eye as it goes past, and poof, there's a... as blood sort of begins splouting around in like this whole dark cloud.
I've never gotten to use that yet. The audience didn't even know I had that. I've got gun kata at point blank range. I don't even have to roll attack rolls. I just automatically hit you.
Right.
Gun kata.
It takes a lot. A good hit. That brings us to Cooper.
Okay, so there's a thing right on top of me right now, is there?
Above you, like maybe 10 meters above, maybe a little bit less.
Am I able to move at all while I'm reloading, or does that take all my...
Yeah, the reload takes your action, not your movement.
Okay, I'm going to move towards the others as I try and reload.
Okay. Make me an exert check to move more than 5 meters.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
6.
Yeah, you managed to move 10 meters. You're basically now right up next to Delilah. 5 meters from Stax. Okay. That brings us down to the battle with the Odin Sons. The divers around you, towards you, forwards from you, Ulysses. Your telekinetic guy. Get it right in a minute. He's got.
You need one of these coffees, Mick.
Yeah, no, I do. Deeps are in front of him. He can't really get away very easily, so instead he's going to just try and punch through. He's going to go for an attack, and he swings his ridiculously large sword down and gets more than a 20. That will be good enough. So that's a D10. Where's my D10? Whew. That would be 10 points of damage as he sticks it in to the top of the head and rips the sword back out.
It looks sword fighting underwater.
Yeah, no, he is sword fighting underwater.
What a hog.
The others are going to all try and attack the big one. No. Yes, one of them manages to run forwards and stab it with a spear. Doing a decent amount of damage, actually, as the spear gets stuck kind of in the underbelly.
Are they spreading the damage out or going for individual, like a single coordinated
Those
attack?
Those 3 are fighting the big one, and they're just trying to destroy that. The other ones, smaller ones grappled your guy, and the other small ones intercepted the telekinetic guy who tried to join the fray. Right. They're trying to keep the big one engaged with the 3 so it can defeat them quite easily. It seems like they actually know tactics.
Yay!
So Ulysses, you're up.
Okay, when he grappled the guy, how far away from me is he now?
about 5 meters up, maybe a bit less. You can, by the way, use combat. You can swim up. You don't have to be on the floor.
Okay, that's what I was checking, because like, well, how am I going to interact with that now? So would I be able to swim up to the swimmer and try and attack him?
Yeah, you can quite easily swim into base contact.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not going to let him take this guy. I'm going to swim up and try and get some propulsion behind myself, so my legs come together and just start flipping as hard as I can as I just charge up with my glaive held forward. -2. 20 crit with the -2.
Very nice. Roll damage, add your bonus, and then
10. Wow.
So that's double to 20.
Amazing. Yep. So that is 20 damage straight up.
I
really like he was stealing someone else trying to heal. The scallywag.
You kind of see the small one dart up and grab it, and you're like, not on my watch. You sort of bend down, you do that whole like prepare to fly Superman thing, and then you go push off. It's a kind of slow because it's underwater. You push off with your glaive in front of you, and it goes straight into the bottom of the thing, into its unarmored portion, and it goes and then goes still.
Okay.
You killed it in one hit.
Fantastic.
Very
Imagine
nice.
like it's a plume of red just kind of spewing. Oh, it's black blood, isn't it?
It's kind of a dark. You can't really tell.
It's almost like black,
yellow, but yeah,
black bubbles and steam now because the plasma glaive is fully active. It's just melting the carcass from the inside out.
You kind of got the carcass speared, and it sort of chars and starts to go like a dark color and starts to burn from the inside out. And something goes, maybe like the digestive tract. Yeah, it's messy. That brings us to the rest of the deep swimmers. I forgot the 3 guys. One of them died. Oopsie. Right. The one fighting your telekinetic guy. Oh, he hits. He goes in and delivers a very nasty cut along the back of the guy's arm as he overshoots with the sword, leaving kind of this mist of blood now in the water. The bigger guy, however, fails when he tries to bring his barbed tail around, and then he tries to attack one of the guys nearby with a bite and just completely misses. The guy sort of darting to the side, kind of aware now after his ally got killed. Versus Stax, the one that got shot with the revolver.
Good news?
He's going to take the hit. He's going to leave combat without disengaging. Stax, you can roll for an attack. We instantly hit! So, yeah, if you want to roll damage.
Okay.
Damn, it's almost like you're fighting something that understands that it's got a lost cause on its hands.
Does that work for AOOs as well, as opposed to no. Just like your actual attack?
Actually, good point. Does it proc on not your turn, or is it just whenever you attack?
It's an assassin perk, isn't it?
Let me make sure. I'll check it real fast.
I would not be surprised if it doesn't stipulate this in the rules, because Stars Without Numbers is really cool, but, you know, still being fleshed out.
And the rules are very bare bones, so...
And they do it on purpose so that there's a lot of homebrewing when you play this game.
Which is cool, honestly, if you know what you're getting into when you're playing something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Assassin perk. Assassin.
Your point-blank range attacks of it cannot miss the target. Yeah, so whenever. Bear in mind, by the way, that's not melee attacks. That's point-blank range attacks. So you have to spend your move to disengage and still be at point-blank and then shoot it. Because there's a difference between point-blank and engaged point-blank. It's a game. So yeah, you get a free hit if you roll damage.
Okay.
Splat's like, damn it,
5 damage.
That's awesome than I thought.
Well, it's like the fishman rolled up on me, and I'm like fucking John Wick. I'm just like stabbing people in the neck with pencils and shit.
Yeah,
I'm even more dangerous.
It tries to move away, you just like, and you blow like a little hole in its back as it tries to get away at point blank. There's a mist of blood and bits of scale. It sprints forwards to Delilah, who it knows is reloaded, and seems to be fairly unarmed and wearing a dress underwater, which is strange, but hey.
She sees me make a motion like,
I choose to believe these deep swimmers don't actually care about fashion. They're like, that's fine. Looks rather nice dress, actually.
Oh, it probably does, but it also means that she's probably an easy target compared to everyone else. It thinks. So Delilah, as it's going to try and It's going to try and bite you.
Sure.
Goddamn
first
biters.
date, seriously.
And that does not go even through your... No, you refuse to scale armor. So yeah, it's more comes down on you, and the dress tears, but it can't get through. Something below
13
the
AC
dress.
on the Under Armor.
Yeah, that something is protecting you. His face looks up at you in kind of like confusion.
Face for a second. It was like, that's the face you do when you put something in your mouth that doesn't taste good.
Well, it's got 3 eyes along each side. So, like, 4 of the eyes, I imagine, are still looking at her, like, intent on the attack. Whereas 2 of them just go, huh?
So it's made that sound too.
There was another one, right?
Yeah, the other deep swimmer, above Cooper, and now Cooper's run away, moves a little bit towards Cooper.
Damn it, Cooper.
And is going to try and grapple Cooper as one of the tentacles comes out and goes... Cooper, make me a exert strength or agility. You can pick. You don't have unarmed. You could use unarmed if you had it.
It's like when a shark bites a human, they always spit us back out because apparently we don't taste good to sharks, but it still kills us.
We don't have enough blubber. They really want blubber. We're kind of stringy.
Yeah. We're not as typical noms.
7.
As the tentacle comes at you, you try and fend it off, but as you try and fend it off with a hand, it wraps around your arm and yanks you forwards away from Delilah, and you now kind of a few meters up, a few meters behind, right in front of this little one that's probably about your size, maybe a little bit
Stab
bigger.
it with your plasma, Dave.
That brings
How
us
does
to
it
Delilah.
feel to be the main character in like a Japanese porno, bro?
Delilah, you're up.
Okay. So he was gesturing like this, so I'm going to do exactly what he said. He's suggesting, and I'm going to stab at it. I'm a little bit better with that. Give me 1 second to make the adjustment.
What are you stabbing with? Because you've got the harpoon gun. You've got. Have you got a spear? No, Stacks took the. Did the Stacks take your spear?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got.
No,
knife.
he didn't take it. The guy gave it to him, and it's like she's a woman. She can't handle the spear, and it's just like, dude, that's horrible. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? I can totally take this and kill you with it. So,
I think the reason he didn't give it to you is because you were staring daggers at him.
And an asshole.
well, yeah.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. No, he was like, you have to go die for me, and I was like, what? So, can I stab with the harpoon gun, or is there going to be additional penalties?
It's not really designed for stabbing, like the trigger mechanism isn't really designed for. You can try. There would be a small penalty.
I mean,
It also
I will
wouldn't do
that
D8
because
damage. D8 damage
shooting
is
in
due
melee
to
is worse.
propulsion.
Shooting in melee is worse because it's a two-handed gun.
Well, you can spend your movement to disengage and then shoot it.
Oh, that's right. We had talked about that like a week ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I can do that. Spend my movement to disengage, and do I have to make a check to do that?
No, you just instant disengage, but you're still in base contact. You're point
Okay,
blank,
cool.
but not
So-
engaged.
Yeah. So I will do that. I'll make my shots then.
However, bear in
And,
mind you are facing it dead on ahead from the front, where its big, scaly front plate is.
There's nothing else I can do about that, though.
Yeah.
It came swimming at me. So, here we go. Woohoo! I rolled natural 20.
Nice.
Okay,
Which is, 17.
17.
1d8 plus your
Nice job.
dex, and then double the total.
4.
So you like line up this perfect shot, and you just see it coming at you. The eyes big, and you're like, I can totally get one of those eyes. And you pull the trigger, and it goes into this slow-mo motion as you see it fly directly toward the eyes. You're like, yeah, this is gonna blow out its brain. It's gonna be a beautiful shot. And at the last moment, it kind of flicks the harpoon as it comes towards it with a flipper, and the flipper kind of gets lodged in the flipper, and it's kind of like, it didn't hurt that much, and it just continues on.
He literally spoke English at that point.
That didn't hurt that much. It's fine. Right, that brings us to Stax.
All right, so there's the one. So did Delilah kill her? Sorry.
No, she didn't.
No, I did not.
Oh, 2 damage. Good lord, Delilah. All right, so
4.
it's okay. You did get a crit. It's all right.
Does he not know?
It's one of those things. It's one of those things. I'm gonna. So what is the collateral damage if I try to help Cooper? Because he's bound up. Like, how do I help him?
You can try moving over to him. You'd have to move a little bit more. So you'd have to make an exert check to actually get there in time, because it's more than 5 meters.
Okay.
you could then just shoot the thing. You could try and use a check to beat the grapple, or if you had a blade or something, you could try and break the tentacle. I would say I'd like to do
so
that
I got
to
an 8
the
on
assassin.
exert.
Okay,
Or
so yeah,
6
you
on
managed
exert,
to push
sorry.
towards, and you can now be in base contact if you choose, and you can, I guess because you've got the assassin perk, I will let you shoot the tentacle. Normally I wouldn't, because it's a very specific kind of thing, but...
Yeah, I'll do that. It's easy. It's better than making a roll and missing. Like, might as well.
Yeah. So with that, you run up,
That's
and
6 damage.
the tentacle splits as you kind of just put the muzzle directly to it, hold it in front of the gun, and fire. Cooper, you're now not restrained anymore. You are...
As I come back with the gun, I tap Cooper on his helmet and I go, and grin through my glass.
I will thumbs up back, and then I'll try shooting the thing with the harpoon as I drop down away from it.
Have you reloaded?
Yeah, I reloaded last turn. Where's the button?
Sorry, I thought you fought last time.
Nah, he spent his entire turn reloading while running.
Five.
You're kind of a little bit hit on the helmet, and it kind of rings a little bit. It hits some of the brass things on the inside, and you're just like a little bit like, what?
At the moment, I'm just sort of drifting down through the water as well, so I'm just flailing about and not really doing much.
Yeah. Right, that brings us to the Odin Sons. Just do some quick rolls for them. Nope. And a crit fail. I'm going to say he just falls prone in the water, kind of. Your telekinetic guy. Yeah, he hits.
Psycho Bros.
Mm-hmm. Psycho Bros. All the way. And, I thought that was a natural 20, but I'm rolling a D100, and I'm counting it as a D10, so it's actually a 2, which is crap. But that is enough. He kind of shears forwards with the sword, and the one in front of him, the head kind of comes away in parts. That leaves that big one in your combat, since Ulysses kind of minced the first one in one hit. Okay. That brings us to Ulysses.
Okay, quick question. Can I move and do a main action?
Yes, your movement does not take up your main action.
Okay, cool. And how far away is the big one now? Because I've kind of lost track of our relative positions with all the things that have been going on.
So the big one is maybe 10 meters away from you, facing off against the 2 guys who are remaining. Your telekinetic guy is about 5 meters away from you as well.
Okay, that's fine. Well, once I skewer the deep swimmer that was trying to kidnap the injured guy, I reach out and grab him and try to guide us both down onto our feet. And as I'm descending, I use my biopsionics. And roll a 5, not a bad heal, that one.
Okay.
But the moment I actually touch down and I look at him like for a second, and it's clear that I'm about to leave, but it's like questioning, is he all right? Or at least all right enough for me to leave him? Okay, and with that, I move my movement to get me close to the main swimmer and the other people fighting it.
Okay, so the largest one, the one that you're now near, is a little bit bigger than a car. You're probably about 2 meters away now because you have to go down and then across. So
yeah,
you're pretty close.
That makes sense.
That brings back to Delilah.
Okay. So, I mean, she's going to have to keep fighting the thing, but she doesn't have a harpoon in her harpoon gun anymore. So I guess she will pull out a dagger that she has stored. And, because she had the extra dagger or whatever. And is it engaged with me again?
Yeah,
or?
Yeah, it's still engaged with you.
So, I mean, I guess I'm going to stab at it with my dagger. I didn't actually add the skill because I didn't think I was going to have to use it. So let me just add that in there really quickly. So dagger uses the stab ability. Use that. It does what, 1d4 damage? Plus
yeah, I would say.
And then I get my -2 because I'm starving and exhausted. Do I get any other minuses for being underwater with a dagger?
No.
So -2 plus the fact that I'm not proficient is -2. Cool. I think we're good. Let's do this. 0.
Yeah,
I got a
you
crit
just
last turn, it's okay,
flail
man.
about with the dagger, and it almost hits Stax's air supply, and you're like,
No! Stax needs that.
See, if it had been Cooper, I might have thought, is this a cunning ploy? I don't think she actually wants Stax to die.
She's going to do it now. She's going to go and cut Cooper's air supply.
I don't actually want Stax to die.
Ulysses would be quite upset if he came back to a dead Stax.
This is true. Speaking of Stax, it's your go.
So what is left in this? So there's still the one in front of Cooper, and there's still the one in front of Delilah?
Yeah.
Because Delilah just attacked hers. So did the one in front of Cooper swim off, or was that just a disembodied tentacle that was over there that came out of the darkness?
It's still there. You just severed the tentacle. So it's still right there next to Cooper. And the one next to Delilah is still there.
Well, I guess I'll put another round in it then. I mean, if we're here...
Might as well, passing through. Damage to anything.
This is kind of like, I'm like a whirlwind of death. This is kind of like playing with cheat codes on. 6 damage.
This time you kind of like put the pistol up to like its mouth as it kind of bares its jaw, and you fire, and the round kind of goes through the top of its jaw there and out the bottom there, like blowing off a couple of teeth on each side. Cooper, you are hit in the face by a hail of teeth. A very slow hail of teeth because it's in the water.
And behind the hail of teeth, you see me just dancing like this with a gun in my hand.
Cooper, your go.
So is the creature in front still okay? It's just lost some teeth?
Yeah, it's lost some teeth. And a tentacle.
How close to it am I?
Right there in combat.
I guess I'll try with a knife and see how that goes. At least you don't have to reload a knife. Eight.
Your knife, you swing, but you're not used to the water, and the slow speed of your swing, it's moved by the time you try to stab at it.
I'm just sort of flailing around. I've never used a knife either.
How do you cut your
pointy
food?
end goes
well,
into
I mean,
the enemy.
that's a different thing. I'm not trying to spread butter on the...
Pretend it's a pack of butter.
But then you're just like... You're slathering. That's not the right verb. You don't want to slather.
With the right kind
Cooper
of knife,
slathered
that
the
would
deep
hurt
swimmer.
after a while. It's just slowly taking up layers of skin. It's more of a torture than a murder attack.
I like to imagine he's holding the blade and he's just like dink on his head with the handle, like, why won't you die?
So the two guys in front of the big...
Pretty bad situation if I don't even know which end of a knife works.
So the two guys in front of the bigger deep swimmer, they try and attack. One of them actually manages to lose his spear as he's pushed backwards. The telekinetic guy runs in, and he's instantly knocked off his feet by a blow. None of them could land it. None of them can land it. Your friend Ulysses, who you saved, is going to spend his entire action sprinting up. So there's now 4 engaged with the bigger deep swimmer. That brings us to you, Ulysses. Notably, everyone engaged is currently engaged around the front. The bigger deep swimmer hasn't really allowed them to get around the back yet.
I was going to ask, is there anything in regards to flanking an opponent in this game?
I don't think so. But bear in mind that they do appear to have a high AC from the front. So.
I was going to say that this thing has got enough of a bone crest on its face anyway that Ulysses is going to go for the soft underbelly or flank or something like that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to know if there was like a mechanics thing, other than perhaps you dropping AC for depending on where the attack came from.
Yeah,
How fast can I move underwater?
I would say there's a bonus for ganging up, but because it's a big enemy, you wouldn't get the bonus. I'd say your 5-meter movement, you could get in front of it. If you chose to use a 10-meter movement, which would require an exert check, you could get round behind it, behind the AC.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for an exert check.
Okay.
7.
That's enough. Yeah, you managed to swim forwards and under it as it kind of lunges at some people, and then you're up behind it, kind of not paying attention to you. It does have a very big spiky tail though on this end.
Okay. All right. From what I've seen of it, does it have any kind of like protection on the top of it though?
It looks like this one especially, because it's bigger and tougher, does appear that the scales have kind of interlocked and hardened in places. Okay. It looks like it's pretty protected, but not as protected at the front.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. given what you described, where am I right now, just so I can visualize where I am?
Kind of behind it, really, wherever you want.
Towards the sort of base of the tail, around the flank, because around the sort of area where its gut might be, if I were to dig in from the sides. Because the further back you go on the tail on a fish, the more just muscle it becomes. Whereas if you want to go for like organ shot, you need to be towards where the tail is starting.
Yeah, okay.
At least that's what it's like in fish. I mean, whether these things are the same, who knows? Can I still attack this round, or is that my turn?
Yeah, you can attack.
Fantastic. Yeah, then I will go for the attack. -2. 13.
With your advanced plasma glaive, you just about managed to cut through. Roll damage.
Okay. 10.
You're pretty good at rolling damage today. So you stab forward with your glaive and push in, and there's the whole thick layers of meat under there and muscle. It's very hard, but your glaive does a decent amount of damage before it pushes you off.
Does plasma underwater make a lot of bubbles? I would assume it would just
No, it's basically like a small jet of...
Literally had this conversation.
Yeah, no, we had this conversation about half an hour ago.
You guys are... Never mind, I'm not going to make that joke. I'll get in trouble. I bet my wife's watching right now.
Oh, dear.
Right, the deep swimmers go. The one attacking Cooper and Stax is going to... It's kind of got fed up trying to pick on Stax. It's going to pick on Cooper now.
Good, pick on Cooper. He deserves it. He ran.
I'm just swiping at it with a knife now.
Sorry, I meant the other way around. I meant it's got fed up picking on Cooper because Stax is the problem. It's going to pick on Stax. Problem is, it also rolled so deep, it missed completely. Stax, it just completely flubs its attack on you.
Yay!
The one fighting Delilah.
Do your worst. Actually, don't.
This time, brings the flipper and brings it across you, but other than slightly knocking you, no damage. Your dress, however, is like shredded along the front.
It's all right. I'll survive.
The bigger
we
deep
finally
swimmer,
have a lady character on Stars Without Numbers. She's gonna end up naked in like the 4th episode.
She's
Doesn't make
under
us
armor.
look good, man. Okay, you got under armor.
Yeah, she's got
all
under
good.
She's armor on.
We had this conversation.
No, I know she has the woven. I thought it was like a bio mod though, until you said the Under Armour.
Oh no,
whatever.
it's just like I think Ulysses got the same thing.
She's legit has the peasant background. It's not pretending, you know.
So the bigger one though, after being injured by Ulysses and now being a little bit surrounded by a number of people it didn't really intend to engage, shivers in the water and like a lot of cavitation starts around it, and it goes. And kind of contracts suddenly, and then there's a shockwave of water. I will need Ulysses. You will need to make an exert check. Okay. Strength.
6.
I failed with 2 people, so the new guy and the teleconnect guy passed. Everyone else failed, including you. Everyone who fails takes... Ooh, rolled high. 6 points of damage.
Okay.
As they are blasted backwards. The impact itself kind of almost cracking ribs in places. Everyone who passed only takes 3 points of damage. And you're also knocked back 5 meters, so you're no longer in melee range.
Okay.
That sends its entire go doing that in lieu of its normal 2 attacks. Which brings us back to Delilah.
Yay! Okay. I know the thing's still engaged in melee with me, and I still have my amazing dagger, so I'm going to try to stab it with my dagger again.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's still only one over here with us, right?
There's 2. There's one fighting you and one fighting Stax and Cooper.
Oh, that's right, because the other was wrapped around Cooper.
I thought I killed that one though. Didn't I blow its teeth out?
No, it's still alive. It's just injured.
Oh.
That's why I thought it was dead, but no, apparently it's just injured. Okay, cool. So, I mean, I'll try again.
It's looking pretty
Bad thing
hurt
about that
by
assassin perk is you basically skip any potential for critical rolls.
I rolled natty 1.
Natural
plus
1.
2.
-3, sorry.
As you hit it with your knife, it kind of skids along the skin, and you catch your hand on one of the bony protrusions. And it doesn't do any damage. It kind of catches your hand, and with shock, you just let go of the knife as it goes.
I could have gone much worse. That could have been like a serrated piece of bone and just sliced open your hand. That's actually quite a lot better than I was expecting.
I was feeling generous.
So I have an unloaded harpoon gun, and I have a dagger that I just kind of like cut myself with and dropped the
landed in a pile of sediment nearby, yeah.
Okay. And then there's me and this big squid thing underwater, exhausted and starving. Or overeating while starving. Gotcha. Okay. These are some great odds. I'm going to do this. Let's do this.
Don't worry, you got Stacks there. Stacks wouldn't let Delilah die. He hasn't fleeced her for all her cash for bedding yet.
Pockets
she's
are
dead.
too
He can
full.
just loot her corpse,
Stacks, you're up.
Shouldn't have given him that.
I'm gonna go.
Dead.
I point to Cooper, and I tell him to turn the knife around and stab the thing in front of him. And then I go after Delilah.
Okay,
How far
do
away
you
is it?
disengage?
Yeah.
Okay, so that will allow you to use the rest of your action to move, and you can get to the
Okay.
one next to Delilah, but you won't be able to attack it this turn.
Okay, done.
Okay, so you swim up behind the one that's fighting Delilah. That brings us to Cooper, who's left alone facing an injured, smaller deep swimmer.
I just love the idea that the Stacks literally just saw Cooper smacking him with the handle of the knife, and in the helmet, Cooper's like,
It's
"Why
canon
won't
now."
this thing cut? It said it would cut." And then Stacks is like, "Turn it around." He's like, "Oh!"
And he
What
turns
kind
it
of
around, he's
damage?
like, "Oh, my hand's cut in half," and the other half just floats away.
Ulysses has spoken.
I imagine more what is happening is I'm flailing around, but I'm also covering my face with the other arm and can't actually see what I'm flailing at.
Oh man.
Okay, Cooper, what are you doing?
I guess I'm still in like melee contact with it.
Yep.
I'll try that again. More knife flailing. 14?
That's respectable. As you stab it in the bony crest at the front,
Now he knows how to use it.
it goes in about yay far. Tink. Tink.
Denied. Oh, that's so nasty.
That's rough.
Is it
That's
just better
so
stuff?
rough.
I'm like, and then
It looks like you
it'll get
almost
its
got
turn.
it, but not quite. Not on the bony crest on the front of this one. So that brings us back to the Odin Sons, who all re-engage. They're looking pretty injured. Misses. The guy you saved. Misses. The telekinetic guy. Crits!
Woo!
All right.
Very
all right.
nice. And he
Come on, roll high. No, that is not a face of someone who rolled high.
does 8
No.
damage in total. It's
better
still 8
call.
damage, but yeah, for a crit, not great. As he lunges for his sword and manages to chop deep into one of the big flippers. That brings us to Ulysses.
Come on, Ulysses.
So I was knocked 5 feet back. So I imagine that
Buckets,
this sort of concussive wave in the water just bubbled out and blew me off my feet. And so I'm driven back by about 5 feet before gravity pulls me back down. My feet kind of skidding, kicking up a little bit of silt dust. And staring, I tried to survey the situation. Like, did the guy ever explain how big of an explosion this thing would be?
No.
Sure.
Well, it's underwater, so it's going to be a pretty limited explosion.
Yeah, but reasonably
He's-
dangerous still.
I
Yeah, but
believe his words
concussive
were-
force goes through water even stronger, so it's
Run,
not good
yeah.
to be underwater with an
Yeah. I
explosion.
mean, projectiles
Ulysses
won't work.
wouldn't know that, but
Ulysses, you can actually... You've been around a few different places, different tech levels. Make a knowledge check.
Okay.
Still
Feels
minus
like a
2,
gimme.
because... Cool.
3. No.
You have no
I don't
idea.
know. I
Should be
I
minor.
know that things, like, you know, it's obvious that things underwater, you know, sounds travel louder, things like that, but, you know, something like this. But okay, and he's 5 meters away. And what would it be to get this harpoon into something?
Just an attack, but you need to do a bit more than usual. Like, it'd be a negative because it'd be a cold shot, effectively.
Okay. Like, how many actions does it involve triggering this item and getting it into something?
You can do it as a normal attack. So you attack and trigger at the same time. It's just the attack will be slightly less because you need to stick it in permanently as opposed to just a stab.
Okay. And with regards to this, how long is the fuse, roughly speaking?
1 turn.
So
Probably.
I'd trigger it and it would explode on that turn, or
No, 1 turn later, probably.
Okay. Right. All right then. Seeing this thing, dodging and taking quite a beating. I tried to just drive the butt of my plasma glaive through some belt or something on the back, just to affix it to my back, and I pull out the explosive harpoons, the harpoon loading, and I actually just start running forward towards it. I'll just use my turn running forward while I use bio-psionics on myself.
Okay. With that, because you've got a bit of spare move, you can position yourself behind it as well.
I'm going to try and get... Oh, man, that sucks. I'm going to try to get to roughly the same place that I was behind it last time.
Yeah, cool. You can do that right. As you move forwards, and you try and heal up, not doing particularly well.
As I'm running forward, I'm trying to get their attention. I'm showing that I'm basically holding this as if I'm going to jab it in, so they see what I'm doing.
You see their helmets slightly nod. They're too busy to do hand signals.
Mm-hmm.
That brings to deep swimmers. So, the one big-ass one fighting the rest of the group lunges down, and yep, that is a hit with its flipper. One of the other guys, ribcage opens, a little bit of intestine comes out the side, very, very dead.
Good.
No!
Good with that.
My battle bros!
It's also going to swing out with its tail and attack the telekinetic guy, who's actually near you, Ulysses, because he came back from the corner. Oh, that is a hit.
No, my telekinetic bro! This is even worse! Losing all my bros today.
And he does a little bit of damage, but not very much, as the tail smashes into him, and he loses grip of his sword for a second, and it just swims back towards his hand almost. And he kind of rights himself a little bit. Little bit of blood leaking from his side where maybe his suit was punctured. Delilah, the one against you, and Stax, is going to, again, try and chomp down on you. This time... No effect. Chomps down, eats more dress. It's now got a little bit of like... What color is your dress? Is it like a floral pattern or something?
No, it was just drab. It was kind of not much to it at all.
Drab,
it was kind of like a grayish,
okay.
earthy tone. Yeah.
It's now got a grayish, earthy tone, like bit of fabric from its jaw, kind of flaming out behind it, like flipping. Like, the one versus Cooper, seeing that Stax has gone away, is going to try and grapple you.
Bodyguard's gone. You can be my Whitney Houston. I'll carry you.
Cooper, would you like to make me a strength or dex exert check?
All right.
I love the conspiratory way he was like looking around. I was like, "That's my chance."
But imagine I was doing that with 6 eyes.
That's even better. Do they move independently?
Yeah, they all move like up, down, left, right, like.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Cooper.
Shifty eyes is so much better when you got 6.
I got a 1 and a 2. Overall 2.
It grapples and pulls you in, and now moves a few meters upwards, with you grappled up to it.
Oh, no. I do like how basically Stax's role at the moment is to maintain the 2 spinning plates that are me and Delilah.
Yes.
It's like go between the 2 fights. Like he's starting to die, we'll go over to him.
I will protect you. It's my job. This is a good setting for me because I am the warrior.
Ulysses.
It makes him feel important.
Exactly. It's all I have in life.
Isn't Delilah before Ulysses?
Yeah, Delilah's
this
before.
is something not related.
Oh, gotcha.
Ulysses, while you're fighting and trying to flank around this bigger deep swimmer, you feel a slight pull, like something is being pulled back into it after that massive blast. And you hear in your mind, bone, blood, revenge. Vengeance, poison of worlds, come
conqueror of societies, you will have your downfall as you prod us down.
I'm sensing some serious heresy here.
Delilah, you're up.
Where's my heresy bro when I need him? Damn it.
I had to protect this girly man over here who fights with the wrong end of a knife.
How injured is this guy? Because I know that
he looks pretty injured. He looks pretty injured.
Okay. So Delilah is getting a little desperate. You know what I mean? This situation's not going very well. She's squared off with the stupid squid thing right in front of her. So harpoon has been shot. She missed. That's okay. She reloaded. She shot again. She hit, but barely a glaze. She should have stabbed the thing, but almost hurt herself. She's not trained with weapons. She's never been trained with weapons. So while on the floor of this ocean, standing on this metal thing right here, squared off with the squid thing, a situation she'd never find herself in a million years, all of a sudden, she kind of like squares off, like the way her feet were before, the way she was trying to fight and everything didn't make sense. She just squares off with one of her feet pointed slightly ahead, the other one kind of bracing, turned outwards behind, crouches down to kind of like find her center and her balance, and then she's going to lunge forward at this thing and try to attack at it.
Are you doing an unarmed attack, or are you doing a...
Yeah, unarmed attack.
Are you grappling? I need to make a very important distinction here.
An unarmed attack.
Okay, because an unarmed attack is slow and bludgeoning, involves the movement of your body, there will be a bigger negative on it.
I'm already taking 1,000 negatives. I'll take another one.
Yep.
Because grappling a squid is like saying, hey, eat me.
Well, it's not necessarily a squid. It's piranha squid.
I do get where he's coming from, though.
Yeah.
Big tentacle, my arms don't move that. Yeah, I'm saying.
But punching underwater isn't particularly effective. But yeah, you get another -2.
Maybe she's got like.
Oh, what's that? I have to punch. Oh, I say you have to punch. You can punch. You can karate chop. You can bite. You can do all sorts of things. It doesn't have to be like a.
Although it's still pretty slow underwater. It will be another -2.
Okay. So
stop arguing. -5.
So -2, -2, so that's -4. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I'm making an attack roll. I rolled a 17.
Roll damage.
There you go. I'll roll my damage. I do 7 points of damage.
Would you like to drop the hammer for me?
I most certainly will. As I said, this thing was, I finally aim one toe forward, find the other one turned outwards, find my balance, lurch down, and then I come rushing forward at this thing, making it think that I was going to come swinging at it and punching. But, the thing was like, what's this stupid creature going to do? It's ineffective in combat. So it goes trying to reach at that arm, but that arm was literally put there to try to distract it. And then with my other hand, I reach up into its mouth and grab the soft palate and just tighten my fingers really close together and push through the soft palate and just spread my fingers and start scrambling in its brain.
Nice.
Yeah, you feel that there's a definite solid bone structure there, and as you just kind of punch up a few times, it breaks, and then from Stax' point of view, it seems to have eaten your arm, and Stax is suddenly a little bit worried that he's been trying to keep spinning blades going. Maybe this has gone wrong. And then you notice that actually, Delilah's kind of wearing it like a puppet now.
She chases Cooper with it.
He
hits it with the fucking handle of a knife.
Why are you making such funny jokes about Cooper? I don't want to laugh so
because
heartily
he's the funniest character in the whole show. I can't help it.
Stax, you're up.
Oh. Damn it, Stax.
So Delilah has finished off hers. Who's left here?
Cooper, who's getting carried away right now a few meters above your head.
All right, so I don't need to... He's getting carried away?
Yeah, it started moving.
The thing started swimming away.
Did I have 2 spear guns, or I only have the one?
You've only got the one, because Delilah's got the other one.
Yeah.
Have you fired yours, Delilah?
You fired it and reloaded it and fired it and then dropped it.
So can I reload and fire, or is that too much?
That's too much. Reload is an action.
I reload the spear gun. So I'm reloading the spear gun, because like I said,
okay.
Cooper.
Cooper drift away.
Cooper, you're up.
What can I do? How can I try and escape from this?
You can either just do damage to it and eventually kill it, or you can choose to try and break the grapple with an exert check or an unarmed check. If you have an arm, you don't.
No. You lie on the ground in the fetal position, kind of grab your head, right at the top of your neck, base of your skull, and just kind of rock. Yeah.
Oh, that one too. So what do you want to do?
I'm gonna go for stabbing at it.
Okay.
Good
I
man.
guess trying to stab at its arms in particular to try and
And roll double one if you
Got
just said
myself
you're
free.
going to stab at its arms, because you will go, oh, you missed, and stab your heart.
Yeah, it doesn't have any arms, but you do, so yeah, cool.
5.
Yeah.
I'm very consistently terrible with this. At
You're
least.
kind of now just flailing behind it because your arm's kind of off to the side and you can't hit anything. You don't even hit its body. Point blank. That
I will
brings us
accept
to...
predictably bad.
Yeah. The Odin Sons. Misses crits from the guy that you saved, Ulysses, and misses from your telekinetic bro. So the guy you saved lunges in with a spear and does 10 points of damage as the spear truly wedges itself in, and he twists it around and pulls it out, the barb taking like a chunk of flesh of it.
Nice.
Ulysses, you're up.
Okay, I'm now that I've kind of skidded to a halt, I'm just going to try and jam this thing in and smash the crystal, if it gets jammed in.
Okay.
Let's go. So I'll just roll a regular attack.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that my attack roll is the same on any weapon that uses stab.
Yeah, it should be. Of course, you know, you're malnourished, etc. And there'll be an additional...
-2 still.
Yeah, there'll be additional -1 just to try and get it to solidly stick.
Sure. No, 2.
No, unfortunately, you try and stab, but you kind of just skitter across the hide. It's very tough. That brings us to the deep swimmers. The big one is going to swing its tail at you, Ulysses. Natural 1.
Hits itself.
It swings with the
Swimmers are
tail.
not having a great day.
Yeah, no, they really aren't. But it kind of opens itself up to an attack. You can make an extra attack. Add a -1 in addition. So if you want to do this
so
stabbing thing,
-4
it'll be a
then
-4
now,
instead
yeah?
of -3. But you can get a free attack.
No, 0.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
time
it
you're
was
kind of
good,
off balance.
but
You
I rolled
stab,
so
but
low.
you're off balance, so... it's going to try and use its second attack to injure the guy who just injured it, which would be the guy you rezzed. Yes. The guy's still alive. He looks very, very injured. This time,
impressive.
like, chunk of his shoulder is just opened up and you see muscle and bone in there, but he's still up. By 1 hit point. I rolled poorly. I rolled a 1. Right, that brings us to the deep swimmer with Cooper, who is going to try and improve the grapple to restrain you, Cooper. If you want to, like, make me an exert, strength or agility, you can pick. You're not going to beat that.
All right. I can always try 7.
11. Cooper, your arms, the tentacle kind of continues to wrap around, and now you're completely restrained. And it's
Can't
going
even
to
shout for help.
swim.
Just off home.
It's off. That brings us back to Delilah.
Okay. Well, that thing's dead. So, I mean, I take the thing off of me. And you said the other one ran off, right?
Yeah, it's probably about 10, 15 meters away.
I'm not here to do anything like this. I just want to go and be alive somewhere. So I get my arm out of the thing from being stuck inside of it, and then I'll just reach around on the ground and try to pick up my dagger since Stax took my harpoon.
Okay.
I did take a harpoon.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said you didn't pick it up? Okay, then I'll go reach and grab for the harpoon, and
Yeah, I
if
was reloading
can,
mine.
If I can't, start trying to reload it. 'cause
Sure.
I imagine it's
Yeah,
on the
you
ground.
grab that and you can reload it. That's fine.
All right, perfect.
That brings us to Stax.
All right, so now that I'm reloaded, how far away is the thing that's dragging off Cooper?
Within 20 meters.
I'm gonna fire the harpoon gun at it.
Okay.
Hopefully, I don't critically fail and murder our pilot.
Remember your -2 because you're starving.
Yeah. A 19 again.
Roll damage!
Nice.
That was +2, but yeah. It would be...
No, I have +4, but he's got -2.
Oh, right, I see.
Warriors have attack bonus in just buku amounts.
Yeah.
And it's only gonna get worse if I level up again. Then I could take shoot 2, and then it just gets really ugly. 4 damage.
The harpoon lodges in And it continues swimming.
Well,
I thought that was it, but
Cooper's gonna get impregnated.
Can I use my act?
Round off to the deep singer cave.
So I fired the thing. Do I still have a move?
You do.
Can I swim up after him?
Yeah, you can start chasing. You'll be 5 meters away at the end of the turn then.
Okay.
Okay. That brings us to...
Cooper.
Cooper the Pooper.
Cooper.
Why is he the pooper?
Where's that one come from?
Because he's probably shitting himself right now in fear.
Well,
You did
he
make
gets
that
it.
face when I mentioned
Possibly.
getting impregnated by alien eggs, yes.
So the only thing you
So-
can do is break 3 of the restrained to become grappled again. And that would be a exert agility or strength, because there's nothing else you can do unless you've got something you can do with your mind.
I will give that a shot.
Oh, Cooper.
7.
Not bad.
7. So nothing changes.
Just
Right.
flailing my legs around.
You do feel the tentacles give a little bit, but not quite enough. You're like, almost there, but no.
Not quite there yet.
That brings us to the Odin Sons, who are all fighting still. Misses. Bro misses. Telekinetic Bro misses. Ulysses, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to try again to stab this harpoon in with a -3. 5. Alas.
No. That's the deep swimmers then. The one with Cooper is gonna spend its turn sprinting. Stacks. It just gets out of what you can see, just into the murkiness in front of you. If you move, you can probably see it again, but it's just beyond your murkiness. That brings us to the big deep swimmer, who misses with a tail attack against Ulysses, pretty poorly actually, and misses with a bite attack. Delilah, you're up.
Awesome. I mean, how far away are they from me now with that hole going on?
Into the darkness, into the murk, probably a good 30, because you didn't move, Stacks moved. Probably 35 meters away.
Too far for me to. I mean, I will definitely take a shot and try to help Cooper out. That is like the most amazing thing that Delilah could do. She cares about Cooper, so I will make my exert roll. I'll make my exert roll to get as close as I can. I have to apply my strength and my -2 because of all the details. That gives me a 7. Not
That's
bad.
enough.
How close do I get?
So you're now 25 meters away. Now,
Which means I'm rolling with the penalty of being outside the regular range bracket. What does that do?
-2, I believe. So you've got a -2 from being starving, a -2 from being outside the normal range bracket, but because there's also murk that kind of limits your vision, you'll have another -1.
Okay, awesome. So it's -5. Also -2 because I'm not proficient with shoot.
Oh, God.
So I'm rolling with a -7, and I get a +0 from dexterity, but my base attack bonus is 1 because I'm level 2. All right! I am going to help Cooper.
Natty one, natty one, natty
all
one.
for
Get a
you,
20.
Cooper.
Just get a 20 and
here
it'll
comes
be,
a 20.
it'll be
Here
okay.
comes a 20. Let's not be
But that's a
negative.
really good roll!
That's-
I rolled really well.
That was a really good roll.
Really, really
It was a
well.
pretty good roll.
really
Cooper,
well.
you're kind of bound underneath this thing's jaw, and you just see a metal object go ping, ping, hit the back of it, and then spin off without going through the plates.
I mean, you made contact.
Good roll. Like,
It was a
genuinely,
good
that was
roll.
a good roll.
It was a hit.
That was amazing.
It just wasn't against enough to get through the armor. Stacks, you're up.
I gotta reload and I'm gonna keep swimming after it.
Okay, make an exert check. Oh, didn't you reload last turn, or?
No, I fired last turn and moved.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So if you want to make an exert check,
3.
you are now 20 meters away. You only get 5 meters as it's taking its toll on you. Just constant fast swimming is definitely taking its toll. It's 20 meters away. It's iffy.
All right.
That brings us to Cooper.
I'll try and break free again.
I want to break free.
6.
Well, he doesn't want to break free that much, considering now he's rolling.
8.
Oh.
And it's going to double sprint again. in its turn. So, FYI, it's going to be 40 meters away from Stacks. It can move faster.
At what point does the hose start impeding its ability to drag him off?
There's going to be a lot more hose left because he's still behind you guys. You're further ahead.
There's always hose left.
That brings us to Odin's Sons.
Come on, Odin's Sons.
Nope. 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 You know what? My rolling is terrible. I'm relying on you, Ulysses. It's your go.
My rolling's pretty bad at the moment, too. Except I got 12, but that's not going to be enough.
It's almost, you're like... Back in your hand again. Not quite.
So annoying.
Deep Swimmer's the big one. Swings up its tail. And the guy you saved earlier... is just splattered as a natural 20 on a 1 HP
He died
character.
with a weapon in hand facing an impossible foe. His god's will.
As you say that, his hand actually just floats past you.
Ah.
Still clutching the weapon.
Weapon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
It's good.
That's what matters there.
It's still going to bite attack. It bites the guy in front of it, the one guy remaining in front of it, and only injures him slightly. It kind of like gnaws his leg a little bit. The armor kind of protecting.
It was the psychic bro who died, yeah?
No, Psychic Bro's alive. The guy you rezzed
Okay.
after the Psychic Bro died. We've got Psychic
Well,
Bro
then
and
you
you've got
gave
one of
him,
the
like-
remainers.
You got an extra 10 seconds of life. You gave him something. I mean, you gave him more glory.
Yeah, I gave him the opportunity to die facing his enemy. Weapon in hand. That's got to count for something. I reckon he's in
Exactly.
Valhalla right now.
Definitely.
Feasting and revelry training. Good
You can't go to
times.
Valhalla if you die on a mud couch. That's not the same. You don't get to go there on that.
Delilah, you're up.
How far now? I'm gonna reload, but I can try to like
You were
move and reload at the same time.
Were you 30 meters away?
I was 25 at the end of last
25.
turn.
In which case, now you are 45.
Jesus. I'm gonna exert to try to move closer and reload. Is that an option?
Some
Yes.
dapper rips in chat.
Okay.
I'm not dead yet.
Not
Not
quite.
for you, for the person who mattered and actually did damage.
-2 because of all the details. Well, I rolled the wrong skill. Sorry.
I'm trying to fix it.
No, not trying to fix it.
Trying
-2.
to fix the problem.
Hey, way better.
Yeah, you managed to
Hey.
move 10 meters. You're now 35 meters away. You still cannot see Cooper.
Yeah, I reloaded. I'm 35 meters away. I'm gonna do the best I can. Maybe something will snag it and slow it down.
That brings us to Stacks.
I imagine at this
Can I
point,
take a
Delilah's
shot
actually
at
just
it? How
following
far is
suit.
this?
You're 35. You can move 5 meters and then take a shot because you'd be on the edge of where you can take a shot.
Alright, I'm gonna try again. I'm
Okay.
gonna do that.
So there
And
will be a
after that, we
negative
just
2
gotta
from
write Cooper
starving,
off.
a negative 2 from the range, and -1 from the gloom. So it's a -5.
That's a 3. I can... No, I can't. Never mind. That's just a 3.
Are you saying your warrior ability to automatically hit?
Do I have that now?
Yeah, your warrior abilities, they changed it in the last edition.
They change the rules on like a weekly basis, so I never know what my rules are anymore.
No, it's
I
not like
hear you
a
on that
month and
one.
a bit. But yeah, no, you can choose to either dodge an attack or instant hit with an attack.
Oh, I'll hit him then. Yeah, I'll automatically hit him. That's good.
Okay, in which case that's your one
Is
use
that
of that
exerted
power.
for the day then?
It's for the until you next rest or something, yeah. But yeah, you can roll damage.
8.
Cooper.
After I hit it, you see me waving to come back. We don't want to be in the dark water. Dark water is bad. I played Subnautica. I hate dark water. It's the worst.
Ulysses, by the
Subway.
way, you can see just a little bit off to the side and a little bit up. Cooper with a dead corpse of a deep swimmer?
Totally me that killed it. Don't question it.
It's one of the smaller
With a
ones.
knife.
It's actually smaller than the ones you faced. Cooper, as you like...
I love the addition of these facts. It's like, yeah, you were impressed for a second, then you realize it was a baby. And
Cooper, as you realize you're fine, you look over and there's a giant deep swimmer the size of like a big car, maybe a bit bigger, facing off. You notice that there's 3 people around it and a lot of corpses. One of them is Ulysses, not the corpse, the people.
Might be if I keep rolling so poorly.
Cooper, you're up.
Well, I'm initially going to start. I'll start to swim towards Delilah and Stacks, but then when I see that, I'll try and like grab their attention and point in that direction.
Yeah, Stax, you can vaguely see this. Delilah can't. She's beyond visual range right now.
I'm trying.
And then I'll set off that way instead.
Okay, you're going to head towards the big one. You're only about 10 meters away at this point. Oh, no, sorry, you're about 20 meters because you're on the edge of visual range. So if you want to sprint, you can actually get into combat range.
I'm not going to go quite so fast.
Okay, make an exert check.
Actually, can I reload my harpoon while I'm, like, on my way?
Yeah, make an exert check.
I'll do that then. Exert check.
Yeah, quite
7.
easily swimming now. You manage to get 10 meters away from the thing, and you reload your harpoon. That brings us to the Odin Sons, who drops his weapon. Natty 1. You're telekinetic, bro, however. That's the wrong dice. It's a D10, isn't it?
D10.
Oh, a 1. He does just about manage to get under the scale, but only just a small dark line sort of giving out blood at the back of the creature. The creature, frustrated, turns around towards you, Ulysses. Now, actually not, it doesn't have a chance yet because it's after you. You're up first.
Okay. I will try to, once again, lodge this thing in his side. I've got to win eventually. Or die. Die trying. 7. No.
No.
I'm rolling really poorly now. I used up all my good rolls earlier.
Turns around towards you, Ulysses. And you hear in your mind, "You killed my kin. You are with them. We will have our revenge."
He's going
And with
back
that,
to right.
It's going to start swimming away. You can take an attack as it leaves because you do have effectively out of combat time. You'll have enough time to attack it once before it gets out of your range because it's going to start sprint running.
Okay, I'll go for it.
Did you natty 1 that?
I rolled a 1, yeah.
Okay. I would like you to roll initiative check.
An initiative check. So 5.
A dog attacks you underwater.
Doggo!
Weakness!
You catch the
Seals!
harpoon
Seals everywhere!
on the back of its tail as it's retreating while trying to stab it, and it hits the crystal, and it goes... And you've got quick enough to be like, nope! And you just throw it, and it goes a little way before going...
Okay.
Could be worse.
You take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
As part of the haft kind of flies backwards and hits you. The head itself was not facing towards you at the time, and the head itself, because it's directly behind the explosive, is pushed a bit through the water and stops and kind of goes limp. Sells to the ground. You notice that it's probably not large enough explosive to actually hurt him with explosion. The more point is to have it directly behind the head, so when you stab it in, the head gets driven into the prey. And with that, it swims away.
Okay. I glance to the warrior beside me to see what his reaction is as the large one starts backing up. And with that, I'll sink to a knee and I'll use biopsionics on myself.
Okay. Delilah, Stax, you catch up to find Cooper now next to Ulysses, surrounded by a bunch of corpses, and 2 other people, one of whom is pretty badly injured.
Which one is badly injured of the 2 of them?
Well, both of them are pretty injured. You can keep biosonics in. The one who isn't the telekinetic guy, he's getting to his limit.
Okay.
One of them, Stax, Delilah, and Cooper, you notice, is holding a sword which appears to be made of nothingness, like it's just a gap in the water, and it's wearing armor, bulky plate armor, but which is actually made up again of nothingness. It's just a gap in the water.
We swim over to them, and seeing Ulysses okay, like I'll actually swim up to Ulysses because they're out of combat now. Swim up to Ulysses and just kind of give him like a quick look over and make sure that he looks like he's not dying, make sure he looks okay. He might be a little concerned because my clothes are way more tattered than last time he saw, and I'm covered in all sorts of like blood and stuff. But
yeah,
I'm
you
just
can
gonna
definitely
make sure
see,
that
by
he's
the way,
okay.
that Delilah is wearing the same under armor you have because most of her dress is gone.
How long does it take her to get there?
She was kind of already chasing Cooper, so it doesn't take very long at all.
Okay. Well, in that time, I imagine I'd be able to get at least one more off.
Yeah.
And with that, she's going to arrive to find me completely fully healed.
Cool. So just kind of like swimming up and making sure that, like, looking around and making sure that he doesn't look like he's in any pain or injured or anything like that. I'll look up to make eye contact and just kind of like give him a nod, like questioning nod.
I give a thumbs up to that. I mean, she would be able to see like tears in the leather armor, and even a couple of scrapes and things like that. Like even perhaps a bit of denting on the helmet he's wearing because that concussive wave. But he doesn't appear to be actually wounded.
Yeah. Ulysses bleeding does not mean he's in pain. He's a large man from difficult. He's not used to the kind of living situation that Cooper is. You know what I mean?
That's very diplomatic. Very diplomatic.
By the way, I've only just realized that when we did the whole Sandy cuts Cooper's head off, we should have, instead of green screened, red screened Bentham.
Yep.
I've worn this shirt a bunch of times, and I've been in front of this cone a bunch of times, but I don't think I've actually done them together.
That's funny.
With that, by the way, the guy, the telekinetic sword, it disappears. And his armor disappears in the water, goes... He goes over, brings out the pipe, puts it into Ulysses' helmet, and goes,
Okay.
"There, we did well! Many have fallen, but it is few that managed to stand against one of the larger ones. They did die gloriously. Now, assuming that our home still stands, we should go back and celebrate their losses and our rebuttal of their attack. Are you down to share some ale with me, my friend?"
Of course. I will see this one safely returned home. He seems to be wounded. And I gesture to the other warrior. And I move as if to walk away, but I turn and I put a hand on his shoulder. My companions do not know of my abilities. And they come from a place which regards us with fear.
You truly must come from a backward planet. These are the gifts of the gods. Why would you not celebrate them?
I fear that they come from godless worlds.
He kind of shakes his helmet a little bit there, kind of goes... Bloop, 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 bloop. They are truly a backwards people. We will have to do our best to educate them at some point, but do not worry, my friend. Your secret is safe with me. And you see him kind of wink through the front of the helmet, through this kind of glass front of it.
I nod and then just walk over to the other guy and see if I can help him. Like, I just generally have a look, like, but I'm not really trying to gauge his wounds. I assume he's wounded because he was fighting with the thing. So I tried to shoulder him and walk him back.
He's got a chunk of shoulder missing from what appears to be a blow, and he's also got like bite marks on his leg.
Okay. How conscious or
He's conscious. He's got a few hit points.
Okay, so he doesn't seem like he's in immediate medical distress. No. Okay. I'll just help him back then.
Okay. Do not worry, my friend. I will have him. It looks like your companions probably want to talk to you. You are an odd bunch, but we will celebrate. Come, you dine at my table tonight. But
they are good people, just backwards.
Well, if you vouch for them, I will accept that.
I told you! I needed to get in with them. Ah, fantastic.
I plug my tube into Cooper's helmet as we're heading back, and I say, "Hey, we should probably stay with this ship over here. I'm curious. I want to know if it's still airtight."
Well, if we go back, we might be able to ask them about it. They surely must know that there's something here, even if they don't really know what it is.
Yeah, I think Delilah says something about them having some kind of record or something like that. My guess is that it's possibly the ship's log from here.
Yeah, let's ask them. It seems like they're happy to throw us in the water the moment there's any sort of danger, so we should be able to come back out here later.
Sure.
At this point, I manage my way across them. Do any of them look significantly wounded? Like, are they clearly bleeding?
Are you bleeding? I don't know.
I actually never got damaged. I just got grabbed a lot.
Yeah, no damage on stacks. I'm okay.
Okay. And Delilah?
She has no injuries aside from the little cut she put on her own hand when she dropped the knife.
So
nothing worth noting.
Unless you've got heal dress, then they're fine.
Yep.
Alas.
Nobody has mending. Nobody mending. Anybody?
No,
Make whole,
no mending.
maybe? Kick it back as an addition or two. Make whole.
Worst case scenario, just minor illusion that it's okay.
No, it's all good. It's the illusion was that I wasn't wearing armor. We've all been disillusioned.
Stax can probably fix your dress, though, with all those badges he's been holding, but he's probably going to charge quite a lot for it. Toga. That'd be fantastic. Ulysses would regard her with quite significant, it was like, wow, you're one of the priest class. This is impressive. Learned.
So yeah, all of you watch as Ulysses approaches. There are cuts in his armor. There is like a dent in the side of his helmet. It's kind of caved in, almost pushing up against his cheek. It looks like he's been through some stuff, but he doesn't seem to be injured right now. His plasma glaive actually has some like cooked meat, like cooked onto the handle just below the head.
That's the worst, when you gotta scrape that off a pan when it's just been like on there and it's just burned on. Ugh.
Yeah, bad times. So currently, Cooper and Stax have got a tube between them. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come over and put my tube into Cooper's helmet again and blow once again.
Every damn time.
It's got to be
A little
done.
peculiar, but that's cool.
Okay. The fight was long and hard, but we managed it. I saw Cooper. Did you slay one of these up in the water up there? I don't wait for an answer. I just clap him on the back really hard. Well done. I knew you had it in you.
Air spills out the
I
helmet
opened my
again.
mouth to answer, but
You get a little bit of salt
I
water in
just-
your mouth. Like it's kind of acrid and horrible tasting. Like it tastes very chlorinated as well.
yeah, I after writing myself again, I said I think I got a hit or two with a knife.
Killed one with a knife?
It wasn't
Really,
just
we haven't
me.
given you credit. You should join us in battle more often.
I don't know. I'm not too suited to this.
Stacks, by the way, because
Oh,
you've
don't
got
be
your
modest.
tube going into Cooper's helmet, you can hear this conversation and respond.
Yeah, I jump in. He stabbed the hell out of that thing. I missed with a harpoon shot and he managed to save himself.
Don't worry, Stax. It's difficult to fight down here. There's no dishonor. At least you tried.
Yeah, you know, I'm not from a water world. What can you do? Weapons don't. I hold up my gun and I say it doesn't work so good down here. This is what I do.
Was it only one that made it back to you? We had several here.
We had 3 or 4. Delilah stabbed one. Cooper got one. I got the gun to the side of one of them's head and shot one of them, and then they just kind of slithered off into the darkness.
Well done. We should let the others know. It will do their morale good to know that you participated in the battle, possibly even saved us. If 3 or 4 had managed to flank us, I do not believe we would have been able to drive back the large one.
Sure. We should ask them when we get back about the ODIN son or whatever that is over there. My suspicion is that Delilah says something about they got holy texts about their god Odin or something. My guess is that it's the black box of the ship's log from the ship over there.
Interesting. How old is this? Is it a part of a ship or a buried ship?
Would I be able to tell from the design if it's pre-tech? Because I'm a mechanic or whatever?
You'd be able to tell that the ship numbering and lettering in the name itself seems to be a ship from the Terran Mandate, so that would be pre-Scream.
Yeah. It's a real old ship. Pre-tech, as far as I could tell. There's probably some good stuff we can salvage from there if we can get our hands on it and get it dug out.
Perhaps even enough to fix our ship?
I nod.
Yeah, and maybe some good stuff to give to these guys as well, so that they'll give us
I wonder
food
how
and so
long
on.
they've been on this planet, living like this.
A long,
Still,
long
these
time.
These are questions for another time. Should we head back? I imagine you're tired, or at least Cooper here, having slain a one of these creatures in close hand-to-hand combat with nothing more than a knife. And I'm still chuckling with a notable edge of pride.
It's like, and I say, yeah, it's probably best we get back and see what they know about the ship. They might have even explored the thing.
Oh, no time for questions tonight, I fancy. If these people are anything like those on my world, after a fight like this, it'll be a night of celebration.
I'm sorry.
These fish.
I want to chime in. We didn't leave the water yet, right? They have tubes connecting them?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I will not chime in.
Delilah is looking as if, like, what are you doing? I will actually point at the tube that she's got.
Nope, it's perfectly fine. So she's just waiting to get back inside. Clearly looks like things have simmered down, so I'm just waiting to get back inside.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, has Cooper or Stacks got anything more to add?
Let's it'll be easier to talk when we get back to their place. This tube talking thing ain't working for me.
Delilah.
I nod, and seeing that Delilah isn't part of the conversation, I gesture back.
Delilah, make a notice check.
Absolutely. So, notice, and that's wisdom, and then I get the -2. So, wisdom, which is already a big penalty. And -2. Ha! I rolled double ones.
You get salt water in your eye. Ah!
Yeah, that's
It stings.
Your tube to the back of your helmet actually comes undone as you actually end up coiling it around like one of the corpses temporarily, and it pulls off, and you're like, ooh. You start feeling like a little bit tired and like, and you have to grab the tube and attach it back. This is why you're not in the conversation. You're just busy not suffocating.
Always the comic relief.
Damn these dice. We can turn an awesome character into just the town fool so easily.
Yeah.
Like my
Dice are
deep
brutal.
swimmers who can't injure anything apart from NPCs.
I know, I was definitely expecting more resistance. The only thing with that big deep swimmer is he was hard to hurt. I mean, he did basically paste a couple of the NPCs.
Oh no,
but
he can do a lot of damage. He just rolled terrible against you and great against them.
He did completely paste a couple of the NPCs, so at least he was validated in that sense. The little ones, though, joke. They were probably super dangerous still.
They're pretty dangerous, but a big part is that you had like advanced weaponry that was cutting through a lot of the AC, especially. But yeah, do you all head back then?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. As you head back, you notice that there's a few other airlocks where people are starting to go in through the moon pools. Tubes coiling up and being pulled up. A few sort of younger members coming out now with like stretchers and bundles of cables and stuff. Maybe they're going up to get the equipment or the dead or the corpses of the enemies. But as you go back through the moon pool, you're greeted by, my friends! Excellent! I see you have come back up. And Ulysses, you'll notice this guy is probably the guy you were talking to before, your telekinetic bro. You just notice he's got a great big grey beard now that's been let out and unfurled.
Yes,
and it's braided.
Bros as well.
And it's braided, and
be
each braid also goes through like some sort of vaguely gemstone-ish type material. It's not like a proper gem, but it's things like sort of very nice stones, effectively. And he kind of claps you on the back. Excellent. And anyway, that all successful warriors immediately get a pint of ale as soon as they're back, and he pushes you forwards towards a barrel of ale that's just sitting opened. People are just going past, getting a tankard and filling up as they all file in.
Fantastic.
Excellent. There we go. And he just hands you a mug that he fills up, gets another one. Your friends can get their own. They are not so advanced as us. They have backwards things to talk about. I wish to talk to you about where you got this training.
That's funny because I'm also backwards.
I laugh a little bit at that as I'm pulling off my helmet and taking the mug. But before I answer, I hold up a hand and then I literally just drain the entire tank in one go, and then
I approve. And he chugs his as well, and throws the tankard down. Kind of bounces a little bit and skitters into the moon pool.
Okay, I follow suit. I throw the tankard onto the floor, and then I nod back to them. They had their own battle. Several of the smaller ones were trying to flank us. They managed to kill them. 3 or was it 4, you said? I
4.
saw him kill one with a knife. By himself, dragged up into the waters.
And this guy is like, he's about 6'2", 6'3". He's a little bit smaller than Ulysses, but still far bigger than Cooper. He turns around to Cooper, kind of looks down at him and goes, "He is but a child. He killed one. Many of our children."
It was a small one.
I told one of your men, he's small but ferocious. They have to be when they're that small.
Make a talk check.
Okay. This is where it'll all fall down. You'll just think I'm joking. Come on, super dice, please. Please be good. 7. Yeah.
I rolled below average, so he just looks from Ulysses to Cooper. Ulysses, by the way, looking from Ulysses to Cooper is an exercise in really moving your eyeballs. It's like ocular muscles up there, ocular muscles down there. And he looks down at Cooper and goes, "Several of our children in the past have managed feats not too dissimilar, but that is very impressive for one quite so..." And he gets a full mug of ale and just gives it to Cooper. Kind of a little bit worried, like, if this tiny little human could kill a deep singer without looking too threatening, like, what more is he capable of? He's like holding the mug at arm's length to you, Cooper.
That's funny.
How big is his mug? Actually, the way Cooper just grabbed it.
I imagine the giant ones. It feels like it's thematic.
It's like a little bit bigger than a pint. Like, not a lot bigger, but like a little bit bigger. It's like 700 milliliters, maybe. And he kind of looks to your friends behind and goes, "Oh, I wondered why those ones that went around had not come back. I guess I have you to thank. What are your names, anyway?"
Cooper.
Salvador Rossetti.
I chime in, as Cooper says, as Cooper the Courageous.
and then I go,
Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper the Courageous. And you said your name was Rossetti?
Yeah, Salvador. You can call me Sal.
Sal. And you, what are you wearing?
This is the one that we had like drank with and everything before, correct?
No, this is a completely different person. You've
Oh,
never
I'm
met
so
this guy
sorry. I
before.
totally. Yeah. Because this is another commanding person. That's why I thought it was. Okay, my apologies. She says, "It's my undergarments, Delilah."
Ah, your undergarments. Normally those do not come until later in the feast, but I'm sure that we can find... And he gestures something nearby, goes, "Find me some applicable garments to this lady. She is one of the many victors, the heroes, from fighting outside." "Oh, yes, sir. I'll go get him, sir." And the guy runs off.
Wow.
Who's that guy?
Accent.
I know. I was like, I should do it vaguely Russian, and I just failed.
Such a black sheep.
Yes, sir.
There's one family line that isn't Space Vikings.
Yes, sir. I will go get them. There we go. Better. Anyway, grab some ale. We will go. We will dine in my hall tonight. The hall of the Ved Singers.
This guy's got a haul. What a badass.
May Odin smile upon you. Now, if you've got any more work to do... why has he suddenly become Transylvanian? Oh, dear.
Blah.
You threw me out. Threw my accents.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
1 suck, 2 suck.
This party took a turn. Or maybe it didn't?
Oh god, I can't do the accent now.
I'm sorry, but that's exactly what you see.
I cannot do any more, but we shall go and we shall dine in my hall tonight, the hall of the Ved Singers. Now, if you have anything else to do, feel free to go. Otherwise, come with me, and we will go and pay respects to Odin's son.
Okay.
I look back to Cooper and Delilah. I mentioned, you wish to see their holy text. Now might be a good time to get such a request accepted.
Yeah. I'll go do that.
West, you look exhausted, and I've no doubt you are.
Delilah, why you look so upset for? We just survived sea monsters and shit. We're fine. Cooper
woke
stabbed
up-
one to death with a knife.
I woke up from a coma to do a bunch of drugs and then fight a squid creature that was much bigger than me underwater.
Your
In a breathing
newfound friend
tank thing.
slaps you on the back and goes, "That sounds excellent. What
I
more
don't
could
see
you
the
want?"
problem here. You're gonna have to adjust to life on the DSRV. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't adjust to this, it's gonna be a rough trip.
Well, maybe if I had a period of adjustments, then adjustments could be made. But for now, I woke up from a coma how many hours ago? I think I could use a nap.
Aye. And Cooper, Stax, did you have anything else you wish to do? I will go ahead regardless, but now would be a good time.
I could do it looking at that text and asking them about the ship. I don't know if they'll be very receptive to questions right now, but I can try.
Of course they will. You're Cooper the Courageous, remember that. You fought alongside them. Many died, many
what
fought,
do you know about
and
that,
drove
that
away
text
the enemies.
and what do you not to know, Cooper?
Well, when we were out there, we found it looked like a ship. You know the big flat metal place? Did you find a door down there at some point, maybe?
Ah, you mean
The text. Tell them of the text.
the foundations upon which Odin built this place?
Yeah, can you, like, go in the foundations, maybe?
He looks a bit confused about what you're asking, because if you want to dig through several layers of silt...
Is there anything under it, or is it just like a piece of metal?
Oh, there's nothing down there.
Oh, okay. Or maybe the ship's somewhere else.
And like that, the line of inquiry died.
Anyway,
I don't
someone
want to die
knows-
quite as easily. Are there any old ones? Ones who keep the law?
those of
He
us
seemed
weird
to-
singers,
Get an idea of something, and he isn't known to be fanciful about such things.
come, then we will go to the Hole of the Weird Singers. Those of us who keep the law are there, and you can ask your questions.
I
And with
fall
that-
in line and follow.
Am I follow?
I hate the fact that I have to separate myself from the party again, but I literally just woke up from a coma. I feel as though...
Oh, you woke up from a coma
Is
5 hours
Delilah
ago, yeah.
literally just like hanging back as if she isn't going to go?
No, I mean, she'll come along. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, I have to be, like, I feel like it would be an unrealistic character if I'm like, woo, yeah! You know, after all that shit we just went through. Like, it would be an unrealistic character.
Rip.
Delilah, do you actually seem like really sullen about going to a party?
She will continue following behind the whole situation. She'll just follow the group and kind of like keep to herself. If the party, I follow along. So
Okay, so looking somewhat sullen and at the back of the group, your host kind of motions for everyone to carry on, and he takes a step back and says to Delilah, it seems that your spirits are somewhat not with you today. I'm sure that there are reasons for this, but it is a great dishonor to not enjoy the feast of battle that Odin has given us. So, we have a solution for that. And he pulls out a tiny little pouch and gestures to your hand.
I look at it's a great dishonor.
Pours out a little bit of deep powder.
And you're
Oh, looky there. It's anti-dishonor powder.
she looks at the stuff, she shrugs, and then she like looks at the stuff, realizing what it is, and then she's like, okay. And then it's like genuinely more interested because she's liked this stuff so far.
I love how she's like, okay, I'll just take the stuff that caused all of this.
It didn't really cause it. I still say Cooper is the reason. Cooper's the reason why we're here.
This
Right,
dust,
Cooper
though,
caused all of this.
this dust is more sort of a blue turquoisey cyan with sparkles of silver in it. And he hands you the remains of his mug of ale, which has got a little bit left in the bottom.
She has a 6 wisdom. She's perfectly fine with taking a drug when somebody hands it to her when all things are
Okay,
bad.
so she not wait for the ale, she's just like...
No, it's because before we had seen it done a bunch of different ways. So I suppose is it a packet that he puts in my hand, or does he put the powder in my hand?
Puts the powder in your hand.
Okay, I will lick it off the palm of my hand and then wash it down with the ale.
It tastes a bit like sherbet, like if sherbet was mixed with a little bit of salt. Make me a physical saving throw. No, a mental saving throw, sorry. This one, mental saving throw.
Yep, and don't forget to get -2.
Please don't burn out.
That doesn't include my modifier. That's a 1. With the -2.
Okay. You are suddenly really energetic and totally... You've got a weird kind of like... You feel like your body's a little bit dissociated, maybe. But at the same time, you feel really energetic and full of energy. And maybe the rest of the group, can you roll notice checks?
Okay.
I'm actually doing real cocaine.
It's not deep powder at all.
You know what? That's cool.
At least it doesn't get us all killed.
Cooper, you notice that now Delilah's like really kind of full of energy and she's almost like really hyped for this party. But as she's like gesturing kind of manically, when she gestures over to one side of the hallway, the oil lamps over there shudder slightly.
So I'll totally RP this. So I take this thing, I'm just like... Oh, yes! Yes, let's do this! Let's go party! It's gonna be amazing!
There we go.
Oh, yes, Stacks! Stacks, I will drink you under the table, you son of a bitch, you! I saw the way you killed that thing! You're amazing! Yes! And he didn't stab shit! He got the ass shit kicked out of him!
Cooper, as she says that, pointing at you, you feel yourself kind of slide back a centimeter on the floor.
I was already sort of recoiling a bit, and I like grab a wall. I'm just looking in confusion and fear.
Didn't you gesture at Stacks a few times as well?
Yeah, Cooper, looking at Stacks, you notice that his pistol in his holster did shudder a little bit.
I just keep a little bit back and try not to draw her attention as she goes on a crazy rant.
Okay, and with that, we're going to cut to next week. There is going to be a continuation where we're going to have a crazy party, which will involve more psychic drugs and more drinking and more feasting, after which we'll see if they actually manage to get off the planet. So a very successful mission, all told. Why would you want to leave? Just stay here.
This is our life now.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I mean, hey, listen, I feel better now. I'm good. I'm totally down to party.
Are we just going to turn into stores with a number, and the number is 1?
Hey.
Yes.
Oh, is that Cooper off in the corner because he's the only one not dancing, and he's just like, 1 is the loneliest number you ever knew.
I just want to go home. I just wanted to go home. All I ever wanted was to go home.
I imagine Cooper now as the bunny doing the keyboard solo in Everyone Else Has Had More Sex Than Me. just in the corner by himself with the bag over his head, hiding shame.
Wow,
a knife by the blade.
I am so lonely. Oh. Okay, so we're going to go through where you can find people very quickly, but we'll also read out tips. We've been Roll4It, doing Stars Without Number. We'll be back on Sunday doing Shadowrunner. We'll be back on next Friday, continuing where we left off with this. So, Splat, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming, Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. On YouTube right now, I do all kinds of indie games every single day, doing different indie games and showing off titles to help developers get a little bit of sunlight. So if you're interested in indie games and want to get more in your collection, check out my channel. I'll be trying to show you all the best stuff coming out. Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. Currently, I'm playing RimWorld and the Darkest Dungeon expansion right now, which the Crimson Court is definitely pretty brutal. It's a rough little expansion, but it's fun. It's got the same quality you've come to expect from the developers. What about you, Dale Rick? What are you doing right now?
Let's see. Friday nights I play on twitch.tv/DaleRickMaster, in which case we're playing an Eberron 5e campaign. I actually just got together. I'm doing an Obsidian portal for it, which is kind of like a wiki, but all self-contained with character sheets and everything else all on there. So like you can follow the story so much easier. You can hot link to everywhere they've been, everybody they talk to, which is wicked cool. I'm working on it. It'll probably be ready in like another week or so. It takes some time to put together. Let's see. I've also been playing Mass Effect, and recently I've been playing with a friend of mine, Allarant, who's an artist that hangs out on here. I've been playing Baldur's Gate with him, which is a lot of fun. Doing a lot of older games, because you know what? I'm an old man. Leave me alone. And other than that, Tuesday nights, Lost Initiative show on Twitch. Lots of fun. And Bentham, who you?
On YouTube, I am Mangleport Gaming, and I play lots of Factorio stuff. Basically, I mean, I say all the time, but I haven't actually done an episode in like 2 weeks. It's been embarrassing. Basically, been playing Kingdoms and Castles, and The other thing I've started doing is I just started playing FTL because it was suddenly invading every aspect of my life through some sort of weird magic. It's like that thing where you hear about something for the first time and then it's suddenly everywhere. Except I knew what FTL was and it just turned up anyway. And
Have you not played it before now?
No, I had. I had played it a while back, and it suddenly was like I haven't played that in a while. And I went and met a friend, and he said, "Hey, I've just started playing FTL again." And then suddenly people started making YouTube videos about FTL, and he started playing FTL music before the show started. I'm like, it's everywhere. Fine, I'll just play it then.
I played it recently as well on stream, so yeah.
The big shame for me with FTL is that you don't start with like the collection of ships. You know what I mean? Because I find that the game gets much better once you get to choose your ship. Like the default ship is kind of meh. So I always felt like they should give you like 2 other ships when you start out, because unlocking them is kind of like, I don't know, it's like when you first play Call of Duty online. Like you got to unlock all the good guns before you actually get to play the game in any real capacity.
In one of the recent updates, they did make it so much quicker to unlock them. So there is a lot more variety now. You do start with the one, but basically as soon as you die, they give you another ship.
You get it pretty quickly. It's like Sector 5 you get the NG ship, and then Sector 8 you get the Federation ship or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like half of them unlocked, and that's it for me. So picking it up again.
Avak, who you want to do?
You can find me over at www.youtube.com/Avak and over on twitch.tv/Avak, where I play a plethora of different games. Right now on YouTube, I have just started playing Starship Theory, which, given that Bentham was mentioning FTL, is basically what you would get if RimWorld and Faster Than Light had just fought in like a deep swimmer battle and had come back and it was a glorious battle, and then revelry happened, and then deep weed happened, and then they woke up kind of tangling each other in a kind of awkward way, blushing, and all that, and they don't speak of it. But 9 months later, you get Starship Theory. I'm also playing RimWorld.
That was layered. The introduction to that was very layered. I appreciate that.
I was waiting for the punchline. It took a while. It took like 9 months to get there, but the punchline was good.
Yeah. I'm also playing Bounty Train at the moment as well, and Colony Survival, which is a game that actually I noted that Splat was playing, and it looked bloody awesome, so I'm playing it now too. And it is bloody awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
What about you, E?
So, you can catch me over at youtube.com/Antrilissium and twitch.tv/Antrilissium. I'm currently playing Hearts of Iron 4 as the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Well, Hungary, and then I made the Austro-Hungarian Empire again. Taking over the world currently, because, what else are you going to do? I think I'm preparing for warfare with the Soviets right now. I also am playing Motor Manager, running a race team, trying to start with this brand new, terrible, terrible race team, and trying to get not last in the bottom series. It's going okay so far. We'll see how far that goes. I'm also streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturday, but not tomorrow because I have to go to a wedding with a brand new suit that I bought.
Yay! Nice.
Which will be arriving tomorrow morning between 9 and 10. So it'll just be here in time.
Is it Italian cut? Tell me it's Italian cut. It's got to be Italian cut, right?
I hope it's properly tailored.
I can't remember what the cut is. It's Italian wool on one of them. The other one I don't know.
Nice. See, there's nothing better than showing. There's nothing better than showing up in a brand new, like, Italian cut tailored suit to like the first thing you wear it to, and you're just like, "Fuck, I'm looking fresh. I'm like James Bond up in here. Where's the martinis at?"
Yeah, like I
feel
got
like
a
you should have said that in Stack's voice.
But I really wanted to get a 3-piece mid blue and then wear like a light pink shirt of it, because if you can pull off the light pink shirt, you get so much credit. But I promise I couldn't find a light pink shirt in my size, so it's a light blue with a blue suit. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway.
Okay, good points for trying.
Yeah. So, if you want to check out more, you can check out our Patreon supporters. You can, of course, go check out the YouTube channel if you want to see the VODs or any other series you may have missed. For instance, Dark Heresy is pretty good. You want to go watch Dark Heresy if you like the 40k universe. And, of course, we have a wiki. We have a subreddit as well if you want to go join those or post fan art, because we love fan art, and sometimes it goes in the fan art vid. But thank you very much for everyone coming along. We'll be back on Sunday, and then, of course, if you want to see the continuation of Stars About Numbers, that'll be on Friday next week. Thank you very much to the cast for coming and joining us and being an amazing cast, and, of course, thank you for the mods for doing some amazing modding. I know Mighty Rick and Pav do a great job in there tonight. I think Pav had to go to sleep, though. But thank you very much. So, until next time, roll safe.
Bye!
Bye.
Woo!